Hey, travelers. Welcome back to Ghostlight. Hello, everyone. That was a sudden stop to the music. Sorry. We're just winging it. Hey, happy Sunday, everybody. This is our Sunday free play, which is the night that I usually just play the thing that's in my heart. And well, Friday, we didn't get as far into our adventure as we would have liked because of, when life closes a door, it opens a window. And that window is a second stream tonight, Sunday night, where the away team sort of contemplates the adventure that they started in the last stream. And we were just going to kind of see where it goes from there. So let's dive in. We have a few folks in the chat. We got mostly everybody. We're missing a couple, but let's see what we got going.
Basic.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Hi.
Oh, someone says no video. Oh, is it no video on stream or no video on Twitch again? That's weird. It keeps happening. Sorry about that. If you can catch me over at Ghostlight XE on YouTube. Twitch, man. What's happening? Hollywood, you made it.
Yes, sir. I'm here. I might cut out a little early, but we'll see.
Well, it seems like it's just gonna be an early stream.
The general.
And I think we're all okay with that. So
Yeah.
we're gonna see, and if we don't get through the whole thing, then hey, that's fine. You could always just decide to. It's just not worth it. It's just not worth the hassle. Onconter is just not worth dealing with. So, anybody have any questions at all about? I made some like really minor adjustments to the character sheets, with the exception of Alice. I filled out your spell list, so you have a bunch to choose from. Which I need to do
I need to read them. Eventually.
Yeah. Well, so you're coming at the end of a long rest, so this is your opportunity to choose some. You have like 32 available now. There's going to be more as well. We're going to start seeing some of those spells crossing casters, but
Ooh.
you're going to be able to prepare more. So this is your opportunity to do that. And Thorn and Hollywood, you are outlaws. I don't think anything has really changed to your thing. And Syraxis is with us, I think, still. And Syraxis, what is Syraxis?
What do you mean? What is he?
Just I'm not like I meant class wise, not just generally. I have my sheets up.
He's a outlaw, and his background is Merchants Network.
Ah, okay.
Oh.
Oh, so we got
Ooh.
3 outlaws and
3 outlaws and 1 Vanguardian.
yeah, 1 technomancer. Yeah, that's no video on Twitch. That's so weird. Second comment. It's probably the same. Well, thanks for the heads up, Paul. I appreciate that. All right, so let's dive in. Does anyone have any questions before we dive in? Just want to get into it.
Yeah, I mean, we're pretty much where we left off, right?
Oh yeah. So we'll do a quick little recap.
Next day or whatever.
Yeah. So this is gonna be, we'll say, like a long rest, like 8 hours later. Y'all. So those people who are watching who didn't see it this past Friday, we noticed a signal, a void energy that we had only ever seen when Burger Lips did his thing, traveled to the void, brought everybody back with the whole Ajax saga. Upon investigation, we found a derelict freighter adrift with signs of a battle, and there's like floating solar ships floating around it. You all opted to go over there. You scanned it, didn't find any life forms. You went over there, kind of very carefully maneuvered through there. Your first obstacle, the first door, you didn't blow it up. Goldie opened it with a little a gadget. You worked your way down a hallway, got to the end of the hallway, bam, hit another door. That one was a little harder, but you forced it open. Between Thorn and Concordance, they forced it open. You got in there, and while Alice was consoling a Gex scientist that you found, Thorn and Hollywood were just ransacking the place for 100 units. From there, you worked your way back. Now, the scene, we should say, there's nobody there. Everyone was missing. There's lots of viscous, like,
acid
puddles, acidy puddles everywhere, and like the whole place was just kind of gross. You worked your way back to the hangar bay where your ship was, and you flew back to the Spectre, your own ship, with this new prisoner. You threw her in the brig, right? Like she's
we strip searched him and threw him in the brig.
Yeah.
I'm assuming.
So that's where we left off. Did I miss anything?
Nope.
Not that I'm aware of.
All right.
Yeah, no, that was pretty much it. And the main boss of that episode was Doors.
Yeah.
About it.
Yeah, main boss was Doors last
It was
time.
several.
The main boss
We
and the
did not
final
miss-
boss.
We met no enemies except for Doors.
No.
And we're almost defeated by those doors.
Yeah.
I know. I
A
went
couple
back
of times,
through.
man. A couple.
I went back through and made some adjustments after Friday just to make I don't know, just to make sure everything was okay. All right, so this is your chance at the end of the long rest. Anything that you can do at the end of a long rest, you can do right now. Alice, it includes you filling up your spell book. I think I went through and replenished all your hit points. You guys were like missing 1 here and there. So that's all set.
Oh, yeah.
But so at the start of this new day, the whole crew is back on the Spectre. The nature of the crew of the Spectre is I think I described it as ragtag earlier. You know, you have the main crew that run the ship, that fly the ship. You have Astraeos does a lot of the heavy lifting, but you have Captain Limac who captains the ship while there's nobody on it. The official captain, obviously, being Alice, but Vanguardians come and go, much like this Discord, right? People come in, they do their job, they jump on away teams. Our primary mission is peacekeeping, right? Peacekeeping in the galaxy. So when it comes to the roster of the ship, it's certainly not big enough to hold everybody, but there is a place for people to rest their head when they do come through, and that is the case here. So after the adventure, you all are resting in cabins. Now, each member may choose to rest in a different cabin. Now, we're not a not-for-profit. We just don't make any money. So, as you lay your head down in cabins on the ship, it does come out of your overall dues. With the exception of Alice being the captain, you afforded your own living quarters here on the ship. But each member of the Vanguard kind of has to choose. They can either be in the executive suites, which is like where the officer suites, or they can just be in the general crew cabins, which is more open bay. And it's up to each of you to decide on how that is, and I'll charge you accordingly as we go through. Alice, you find yourself sitting in probably luxurious isn't the word, but it's probably the most accommodating room that is on the ship, being the captain's quarters. You find
Wait,
yourself,
I actually get the captain's quarters, even though you're back alive.
I mean, you're still the captain. Ghost never
okay.
took it back. Ghost is technically still in pieces, and also it's kind of rude to be like, "Can I have my room back?" Anyway, so you're sitting in these quarters. You know, you find yourself thinking about all of the insanity that's transpired since you joined the Vanguard. You went from not knowing much about the organization to, you know, going on an adventure with them to now, you know, having this quantum digipad and being the captain of their capital ship. It's a lot to take in. So as you're going through this rest, you're just thinking about everything that's happened with the New Dominion, with the Black Nebula, traveling to the Void, which is just insane, coming back from the Void, which is even more insane, releasing first spawn souls into the Void, bringing Balthazar back, bringing Burger back, all of these things, all the craziness of it all. And as you're just sort of letting your mind wander, paging through your digipad, looking at, you know, the various functions that it provides to you, you can't help but to feel uneasy about how everything kind of keeps coming back to the same issue, right? It keeps coming back to the New Dominion, to this reoccurring theme of this shadowy organization trying to exert its will on the simulation, and it just generally leaves you with an uneasy feeling. And
who is the New Dominion, by the way? Did I miss that, or did I just don't remember it?
Roll a history check. No, I'm just joking. The New Dominion was the group that was behind the Black Nebula, the pirate crew.
Oh, okay.
They were acting as like the militant arm. They were being coordinated by the New Dominion, and the New Dominion was being run by Ajax, that AI. So we didn't really know what happened to them after Ajax left. If Ajax was the New Dominion, or if there was something else going on, which I guess is still kind of.
Or if he just gained enough following for them to just keep following, despite Ajax being gone.
Yeah. So there's a lot of questions that you don't have answers to, which I think is kind of the point, right? Like, up until now, you could have been just blissfully unaware that they were out there. You defeated Ajax, and that should have been the end of it. But now you're starting to see that, hey, maybe that's not the case. And I think that's what leaves Alice so uneasy. So as Alice is sitting there on the bunk, paging through, thinking about things, thinking about these experiments that the New Dominion are running on this ship, and how they're just sort of there, left adrift. And that's what leaves you so uneasy.
Hmm.
And that's when you have decisions to make. So what does Alice do in this situation? What's Alice's overall feeling, and what does Alice want to do?
Well, we definitely need more information on the new Dominion and the following. And so far, from the people we've encountered, they also kind of worship the Atlas too. Like we have a lot of mentions of Atlas
Indeed, yeah. So
as well. So it's like,
I did miss a big chunk. We went to that planet and ran into the Atlas cult, and we don't know. I mean, nothing really seemed to tie them together necessarily, besides that they were Gek. But you're right. There's been some mentions of the Atlas.
yeah. Like even the Gek that we saved, the first thing he said was, "Oh, thank the Atlas," and I'm just like, "Oh dear," because usually it's the Corvax that worship the Atlas, you know.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
So that kind of stood out to me.
Interesting.
But I don't know. Maybe it's just me
No,
being
no.
paranoid.
I heard it too.
Yeah, I noticed it too. But to me, it wasn't necessarily a bad thing.
That's true.
It always gets my hackles up considering I was once in service to him.
Yeah, we've all tried to become the Atlas friend, and then it, does what it does.
What's also disturbing is he didn't really give us details about the experiments they were doing, just that they were just enhancing something, but enhancing what? How? In what way? What were you looking for specifically in your experiments? And what was your control variant? Like was this really a good study, or were you just kind of messing around?
Well, he did specify it was biological in nature.
It was biological in nature, but it's just exactly what?
Which
Oh, man.
we haven't destroyed the ship yet. We still have the option of going over there and doing a maybe.
I just want to point out before we get too far into it, all of you are not in Alice's room. I don't think.
Oh,
no. So this is just me speculating to myself, really.
It's true. My bad.
Speculating to the voices in your head.
Right, she's thinking. She's like, this is what they would say if they were here.
What would
It's like, I know
say?
Thorn. Thorn would want to go back. I know. He's just,
I know. I would too. I thought we were the consensus yesterday was that we were gonna shoot the derelict freighter as we left. Just shoot it anyway.
Why doesn't Alice call an all hands meeting or team meeting or something in the boardroom or the planning room, whatever room it is?
Yeah, that'd be a good idea. I don't think I should just tackle this alone, because this is
all right,
way
are you
bigger.
gonna?
Yeah.
So are you gonna call a meeting, or you're gonna go try to find everybody? Or you're gonna call a meeting?
I'm gonna call a meeting and tell everybody where to meet me at.
All right.
Do we have a boardroom? That'd be nice.
Everybody
we have a command center. Everybody pile in. It's
all right.
nice
Well, we
in here.
can meet the command center.
All right, and that's a great stopping point to play the intro.
Dun, dun, dun.
Oh, I want to watch it. Hold on.
They definitely could. It like for Halloween time, if they want to do something scary, even though we already have the derelict freighters, just bring them back. Don't forget, like it is
Extra
a perfect.
spooky.
Yeah.
They could add like ghost derelict freighters.
That'd be cool.
Fight ghosts. Yeah.
So everyone,
love the intro.
Thank you. Just as a side note, Furball says you can't leave the freighter until you find the 99 hidden Gex statues.
What is this? Grand Theft?
Well, come on.
Are we 100%ing them? Is that what it is? Oh, hey.
Hey.
Baltazar made it.
Baltazar?
Fantastic.
Hello? Yay.
Oh, Belt.
Okay,
Belt, are you
so
there, buddy?
he's like,
There we go.
he's like, I'm waking up. Belt, we just recapped the last episode. Alice thought about some stuff to herself in her room, and she's called an all hands on deck meeting in the command center of the Spectre.
Too many voices in her head all by herself.
Yeah, I was about to say she started to go insane.
She's just turning it all over.
A little bit.
I'm glad we're getting some
Madness,
numbers because
anyway.
in the very beginning of this, I was like, "Oh man, these folks are gonna die tonight." All the doors are gonna slam on them. All right, so all hands on deck message goes out. You all get it's not an alarm by any stretch of the imaginations, but you all get alerts in your exosuits.
I would just assume it's a notification.
Yeah, to report to the command deck. Now, not everybody is here when we take leave. Obviously, people are free to do what they want. Goldie, who is an active merchant, has left the Spectre to tend to their businesses. But we have Baltazar back. Baltazar was away on New Belleron in Chef's Belt, tending to his people. He's been absent for too long.
Nice.
Now suddenly being back to life in a fully organic body, no more half autophage for Baltazar. Belt's back and he on the Spectre, hearing the call and joining the group. Welcome back, Belt. So as you all walk in, Ghost is there. That's where he just sort of spends all of his time. Alice walks in first and he turns and he says, "What's the situation?"
There's a lot we don't know.
Indeed.
And a lot we need to discover.
Well, we were able to pull the telemetry from your digipad, but we couldn't get much. We have a rough idea of where the rooms are that you were in. Unfortunately, you didn't make it too far. We speculate that you are close to engineering, but it's hard to say. That place is pretty well shielded.
And, well, shut. I assume engineering was in the down below.
I think
There
that's
was a
safe to
hatch we
assume.
couldn't open. Yeah.
It's something to say, though. We make some jokes about doors, but there's probably a reason why those doors were so well built.
That's true. And these experiments sounded pretty shady, even from the little information we've gathered so far.
Has anyone been down to talk to Alcanter?
I don't know. We'll see. I certainly haven't. If anything, I was there to search him beforehand. Did we find anything?
No. The only thing they had on them was a key card that the bishop tried to steal. We don't have a lot of personnel on hand right now. There's nobody actively guarding their cell, but the brig is pretty well locked up. I don't think they're getting out of there.
Okay.
So, what it seems like to me, I'm going to throw my 2 cents in. We're all in the room, right? I can do that now?
Yeah. As you all are, one by one, as we're chatting, you're filing in.
Me and Ghost are just kind of murdering each other.
We're all standing by the wall looking like, not yet, not yet.
So there were some very well-built doors. The little small one was very grabby about the key card. And we really don't know a lot of information. So it seems like there's something on the ship that is guarded very well. Something that the little Gek doesn't want us to get to because they don't want us to have the key card. And I mean, curiosity is just eating me alive on what other things are in there and why are there acid puddles everywhere.
I would agree.
My gun's hungry.
I would definitely say the Gek was definitely scared of something. So trying to, question him and get answers might have been difficult at the time. Now that we got the Gek inside, it might be a little more reluctant to talk to us. We also have to check on its arm because it did fall in whatever that goop or acid is. So we might be able to question the Gek and ask him. Now, if we do want to get back on the ship,
they owe me a new cloak, by the way. They burnt my cloak in that same acid, so
we can use the Gek to get back on the ship. It knows the way around. It might be a little scared, but yeah, we can make the Gek go back on the ship, show us around, and get what we need.
We do need information.
Do we have Ghost? Do we have like you said? There's a sparse contingent of people on the Spectre. Do we have guards that we could take, maybe 5 or 6 guards with us to help pad out in case trouble happens?
No, the only ones left on the ship, I don't know if you're asking me or the character. I'm just going to go with me. The only ones left on the ship are the crew that is required to operate the ship. There's no, the ship duties are split up into very similar, jobs as the Discord is. So those, the enforcer style mercenary type of crew members, there just aren't enough. When it comes to adventures, this is kind of it.
Yeah, okay. Well, that's what I wanted to check and see. Player to player,
That's a good question.
So, because I didn't know what the layout was. But, I mean, we've got, 3 of us that are combatants? I don't know about you, Alice. You're more wizardry than combatant?
More wizardry. A lot of my basic spells are for finding information. So espionage, maybe.
You should
spy work.
Anyway. Oh, you don't have your you're not on your computer is what you said, right?
Yeah, I'm on my phone. I tried logging in, but it's hard to read because everything on the phone is just it's not working.
Well, I would, Thorn to the group, Bishop to the group. I would think that we need to go back and give the place a once over before we send it back to the void from whence it came.
Right, that's fair.
These also,
and we know now kind of what we're up against.
There's also the question of, were they able to send any signals before the power went down? Is whatever they've been doing there not just isolated to that freighter?
Right. Also true.
So, Thorn to characters, Bishop to the characters. Is there a way, now that we know that a lot of the stuff's not powered, is there a way of us taking power with us that we can hook up at that spot?
Well, I don't know for sure, but that freighter is much larger than this ship. I don't know that we'd have anything on board that would be powerful enough. I think your best bet's
probably... I mean, like if we get to a door, power the door, just the door, if we get to like a computer, we can power just that computer.
By the way, you misspelled cantrip.
I did.
That's it.
Yeah, it's TRIP.
Where did I spell it? OP. I did that before.
Yeah,
I thought I fixed it everywhere.
No, I see cantrip. I don't know.
We're next to each other on the keyboard. You probably just hit the O instead.
Yeah.
Where is it?
Anyway, just a side note.
Okay.
I'm just looking at my character sheet on my phone, but again, that I can't read much. It.
So with that like a little power pack that we could hit to, kind of like what Goldie did with his gadget to get the door to open, or
we don't have any. We don't have any portable power units, but Goldie would have been able to make something.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we're kind of stuck with what we have.
Oh yeah, because he's an artificer, right?
Yeah.
And Belt's not any kind of engineer or anything like that.
No.
No.
Concordance, you're quiet.
Well, I'm wondering about our little friend down in the cell.
I was about to do the same thing.
He knows this ship.
Yeah, that's gonna say, and they might know.
Even if he doesn't, even if he doesn't know everything about the experimentation, even if they were very compartmentalized about everything they were doing, at the very least, he knows his way around the ship.
Yeah.
He can fill in the gaps on our little map here. And we can know exactly where everything is located and the proper routes to get there. As far as doors goes, he had that key card. I'm sure that would come in handy somewhere along the way. And so most of these ships have emergency access panels that allow us to open the doors, which we know now.
Yes.
So maybe it won't be so difficult this next time through. If we just, initially look for an access panel with a lever.
Agreed.
Sounds good to me.
Indeed, okay. You may even have some luck turning the power on if you go to the reactor room. I don't know about damage, but emergency power.
And he may have a backup generator.
It's not completely out of power.
So should we go wake our Gek friend up?
Well, hopefully he's already up, because I'm not gonna wait for him to wake up. Let's go.
Nobody has gone down there to offer them food. It's it's sort of like it's not night in space, but it's sort of like the sleeping hours. Nobody ever.
I just assumed that the ship's operational crew would have taken care of that.
No, nothing like that.
No,
we don't have the personnel. So, I assume you know the way, Thorn. Ghost turns to Thorn and heads that way. Points in the direction. So you all start to kind of file out of the command center, kind of walking down to there's a short range teleporter just off to the left as you come off the main steps from the main console, and you all just sort of zip through there, which brings you to this long hallway on the Spectre that you begin to walk down, and that's where you find the turbo lift, the shuttle doors. It's large. You all can fit. You all sort of pile in there, and you start making your way down into the bowels of the ship. Not a lot of people go down here. There's not a lot of reason for a peacekeeping organization to keep prisoners, so it's not doesn't have a lot of power running to it. It's not a very well lit place. But as the doors open and you begin to walk through, the automated lights sort of flicker on. And you come into this very pristine, very white room that has 3 large windowless doors in front of you, which are cells. Now you can't see in or out. They just closed off. One cell has a green light on it. The other 2 have a red light.
I go up to the green light cell and tap on the door, similar to what we did in the the derelict ship.
So you're... Is this to mess with them, or?
A little.
Oh God!
All right.
We'll open the door here in a moment, but
there's no response.
think he's dead.
Okay.
Oh, somebody opened the door.
Here it is, guys. We can do it.
I'll step back a little bit.
I was gonna say, now the get did get burned, though. It did get hurt, so you also got to take in consideration of that.
Maybe
All
that
right.
was
Remembering puddles.
So Thorn, you're right there at the door.
Yeah, I'm right at the door.
You've been here before. You reach down. You put in the code to the door. 12345. Doesn't work. 67890. Doesn't work. 07543.
Have you changed the code on the doors?
I'd assume they were what?
The code's not working.
You try one more combination. 07543. You hear a click. You hear it as the door begins to slide open. The lights are off. Again, sleeping hours.
Wakey, wakey. We're here for a visit.
And there's no response.
Oh dear.
I'll go get a med kit and some refreshments.
Is there a light switch or something that we can put?
Am I
Let's turn on
able
our
to see
flashlight.
in
Hold on.
there?
I'll go get a med kit and some refreshments.
Just in case.
You never know.
I'm turning on my flashlight.
You turn on the flashlight and you start to pan the flashlight around the room, and you don't really see anything. And then you sort of look down, and you see just at the base of, again, big white metal room, no windows, so they can't see out. There's lighting along the sides, like emergency lighting, very dim. Again, sleeping hours, they keep it low. We're not like torturing with light. But right at the side, sleep deprivation. Thank you. Right on the left side of the wall is a sort of a flat, cold metal slab that comes out that acts as a bed. On that bed, there's a pillow. There's a blanket. You notice at the foot, just off the side of there on the ground, piled, are clothing, the uniform of the Gek in question on Conter. All balled up.
So he's naked.
Potentially.
Okay.
Great. Now we have a naked Gek running loose.
Well,
did he use a cloaking device? What?
Do we see any puddles?
So as you're shining your flashlight around, actually I didn't think about this part. Hold on.
There's no light switch we can hit to illuminate the room.
Hold on. Oh no, we're good. Okay, we're good. No, I got my door. So you're standing in front of the door, shining a flashlight, and Syraxis / Concordance, with that passive perception, notices a little bit of a shine in the corner, and they click on their light and they look over and they see this large pile. That's probably not the word. It's not a puddle, but it's more gelatinous, sort of slowly moving from this space towards the corner of the room, very slowly, kind of piling up into the corner, looking for a crack just to seep through. And as it does it, it begins to sort of climb the wall a little bit. Not that it's climbing it, but it's just pushing itself against the wall with that kind of force that it's trying to go.
Oh, wow. He turned into jelly so he could leave.
Do we really have a sci-fi gelatinous cube on this ship?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, right? Like,
it's not a cube, it's a puddle.
Okay.
With,
so we're thinking,
it's moving. It's a moving puddle.
It's a jelly.
It's not so gelatinous to be like a mold, but it's just thicker than the puddles that you saw on the other ship.
Okay, this explains a lot.
All right, so
And I am back with medkit and refreshment.
Not
Okay, I guess we
needed.
need I guess we need a container now, huh?
Yes.
Yeah, we kind of need to put him
If you
in
would be so
something.
kind as to fetch a container of some sort, that would be wonderful.
I
Here,
will
let
be
me see
back.
that. I grabbed the tray of the refreshments from Hollywood, and I kind of stroll over and toss the tray directly onto the jelly.
So
see what happens.
As you throw the tray, it just it kind of skips off the ground, and then it lands directly into this jelly, and it sits there, and it slowly moves with the jelly. Slowly, little by little, it moves. And as it starts to submerge a bit, you hear very slow, very quiet sizzle.
Yeah.
It's still acidic.
With
As
slight
I thought.
smoke coming up.
So we need like a glass container or something.
Quick question. Does this vent to outside space by chance?
Sure does.
Uh-huh.
So we can just close this door here and vent the room.
Before you do that, you might want to check the pile of clothes for a key card.
Just the way that this works is that these particular rooms are modular. They're built for prison transport. So instead of bringing prisoners to and from, these rooms can be fully removed from the side of the ship and then carried off into another containment unit and prisoner ship wherever they need to go.
Can I see the pile of clothes? Is it far enough away from the puddle that I can get it without getting?
Yeah, the clothes are like to the left and center, and then to the left, right next to the wall where the bed is. The gelatinous goo is like in the far back right corner, sort of like pushing to try to find a crack in some way out, but also sort of like moving away from the light as you open it and as it detects other entities.
I want to go to the pile of clothes and see if I can find that key card.
So force damage. Okay. Come on.
That's you're like force damage. Okay. All right. So Thorn, you're gonna go to the key card. You're gonna go to the clothes. So you walk over. This doesn't take any investigation check. There's not much to find. There's a pile of clothes, and in the pile of clothes, you find that lanyard that had the key card on it.
Does it still have the key card on it?
It does still have the key card on it. Yes.
Okay. I'm going to put that in my pocket and back quickly to the entrance where everybody else is standing.
Okay. Now, Baltazar, you're here with the group. You didn't really get a full brief. Like I said, you were out, just being with your people in your long absence, sort of getting a state of things, and you've just come back, right? Like you just came back to the ship. You haven't really gotten a brief as to what's going on. I would imagine that seeing a melted gelatinous pile of goo might raise some questions with you. Unless you fell asleep, and maybe then it didn't. Is there it's space jet lag? Okay.
You lag?
Yeah.
Okay.
He went up to the crew quarters. He said this is too crazy.
He's
for
like,
him.
I'm out of here.
Yeah.
Absolutely. He's like,
nope.
He's like,
nope.
It's like, nope.
All right. So should we contain the substance, or?
I would definitely either using a force field or like glass, so it doesn't actually.
I was gonna say like this container we got, put things.
Return with the container. Awesome.
Yeah, I got one. So, who wants to try to catch it?
I've already been burned in acid, so that's somebody else's game at this point.
Can I catch him? I want to catch him.
He did like you.
What's your play here,
Huh?
Alice?
That's a good question. Because he melts metal, and I don't want to touch him.
No.
I was thinking like glass jar over him and like just kind of scoop him up.
Well, we've got Hollywood brought a container, so we have.
Yeah.
Is it a glass container?
Hollywood, what
Is it
container
Yeah.
did you bring with?
I would say like the same, like the empty kind that we can put like unstandable plasma in, or
Okay.
Empty kind.
Like the what's it called? The housing?
yeah.
Oh yeah.
Plasma
Like that.
housing.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if we can put unstable plasma in here, we should be able,
Right. Sounds very logical.
So, you grabbing
Okay.
that and trying to put it in there?
Yes.
I go walking outside of the room at this point and just peep in from the outside while holding onto the
just
burn
like,
spot of
I'll
my
just-
cloak.
I'll just stand by and hope not you don't get burned.
All right.
Okay.
If you
we're-
shoot something, say
Alice,
so,
I don't
I'll
know.
shoot
This
it.
feels like sleight of handish, something dexterity, certainly something to be
Yeah,
careful of.
it would be sleight of hand.
Okay.
I'm gonna roll on Discord because I'm on my phone. So
Okay.
hold on.
Wait. While she's doing that, on my strength, I have athletics of 2, and then I have a blank with a star.
Oh, I have to fix that. Ignore it.
Does the star go with athletics, or is it just no star?
No, the star goes with
Uh,
intimidation. It's
Okay.
do you have intimidation?
And charisma.
Okay, yeah. So intimidation can be strength, but in your case it's not. Okay, so Alice, you very carefully move towards this blob of gelatinous whatever geck. Now with a food tray half sticking out of it, slowly sizzling away. You're not really sure how the hell you're going to get around the food tray, but you take the container and you very slowly creep up to it, and you reach down and you get really close, and you go to scoop it, and as you go to scoop it, you get the housing into the gelatinous goo, and you go to scoop it out, and it just leaves your hand, like it sticks. And now there's a container slowly being enveloped in the gelatinous goo.
Great.
Moving
Boo.
further
Okay.
up the wall, further into the corner, now with a lunch tray and a plasma housing.
This is
That
ridiculous.
didn't work.
That did not work. Okay.
Okay.
Any other ideas?
I mean, now I kind of have a mean idea, since I mean it seems to be consuming things without a problem. Can we shock it real quick to see what that would do to the jelly? Would it retract? Let's see what it would do. Would it do like the Spider-Man Venom type stuff? Like,
That's a good idea. We can
I'm
shock him.
gonna kind of step forward here and advise against that sort of thing, because just from the looks of it, it seems like it's moving intentionally. So, as odd as it may be, this little blob of jelly could still be conscious in some way.
Yeah.
And I don't know, since we currently don't even know how to hurt it, if it can be hurt, and what it's capable of. I don't know if shocking it is the greatest idea.
How about I do an EMP?
Do we have any scanning equipment? A med bay? Is there any?
Yeah, we'd have to get it there though. That's the thing, is how would we get it there?
Yeah, so there's a medical bay on the Spectre. None of you are field medics, but you know who is?
Well,
Ghost of medic?
Oh, actually, I changed it. He's not. He was.
Oh.
before
he was. Okay.
He was before he got blown up.
Before he got blown up.
Fair.
I have a 1 in medicine with a star next to it, so
There you go.
All right, you're closest. You'll be the one.
All right, so
Right.
so while
Yeah.
everyone was talking, you ran back down the hall, went to the med bay, grabbed a med scanner, came back down, got relatively close to the gelatinous goo, and you raised your medical scanner to it, and then it's a medical device, so I'm going to have you roll for a med check.
Medicine.
okay.
The investigation would probably make more sense, but because it's medical, it's a medical procedure, so to speak. Medical device, anyway.
Yes.
Okay. I was gonna say, which number die am I using?
D20, and then you would be.
D20.
Did you say you have
Was
So you're D20 plus 3, because you have proficiency.
I got a 14.
Okay. So with your device, as you're scanning this pile, you're seeing the obvious things automatically pipe up. Now, this device does a lot of things. It will do an X-ray. It'll do sliced imaging, magnetic resonance imaging. It'll do pretty much everything, right? You don't get much on any of the imaging. Something interesting that you do know, and it's not currently it doesn't appear to be giving off heat. And as you're scanning it molecularly, you're seeing GEC DNA, but molecularly, it's all over the board. Its molecules have sort of just disassembled and been broken down. You're not reading any brain waves. You're not reading any neurological system, any sort of sensory system. No synapses firing. You're not really much of anything from it, but you are getting the DNA of it all. It does have GEC DNA.
it's just not conscious.
Yeah, it's just not.
But you're not reading any neural network. You're not reading any
movements only.
brain waves. Yeah.
Oh.
It just keeps pushing towards
Okay.
that right-hand corner of the room, trying to find a way to squeeze out. You did notice one thing you've noticed while scanning it here is that it seems to be very slowly gaining very slight mass.
Okay.
So it must consume and grow as it eats things, even if it's just layer by layer off the floor. What's behind that corner? What's on the other side of that wall?
On the other side of that wall is the hall, and then there's an out. So there's again, it's modular, right? So the cell itself, on the other side of the cell wall, is a door that leads through the hall that opens to space. So there is a door behind it, directly behind it, not just in that corner, but behind it is space.
So I think we've determined that's our little friend. And if we can't capture it, it'd probably be a good idea to jettison this cargo hull, this prison cell, before it does find a way into the superstructure of the ship.
I would say so. That seems the
Well,
safest option. We can't get
hold
any
on.
information.
We can kind of see the rate at which is dissolving the material of the ship, correct? Or of the hull, right? Can we calculate how long it would take to eat through the walls?
You're not seeing you don't see any real damage being caused to the floor that it's on or the walls being pushed against. The only damage you're seeing is the food tray, that it's slowly dissolving. It hasn't started to dissolve the housing yet. The glass appears not to be dissolving, and it's the metal at the end of it sticking up still. Hasn't quite made it into the goo. But the food tray that you threw at it is sticking out, and it's slowly being dissolved. You can't tell, like, as you look, you don't see any real damage, like burn damage on the floor that it was on, or you can't see behind it because it's pushed up against the wall quite a bit. You don't notice if it is even dissolving the room itself. The only thing you can be sure of that it's dissolving is that food tray.
So what are the floors made of? And what is the food tray made of? Food tray, I'm assuming, is metal.
Yeah, the food tray is just standard metal. It's magnetic ferrite, I think, or I'm sorry, pure ferrite probably. And the hull itself is made of tritium silver mostly. I'm sorry, the room itself.
So if we had something of that makeup, we could trap them inside that. If we had something of that build.
Indeed.
I'm also curious about one other thing. I'm going to walk over here to the Gex former clothing, pick up some small article of clothing, a shirt or something, and toss it onto the goo as well, just to see what happens.
Yeah, interesting.
The as you throw the article of clothing, so it was wearing a jumpsuit. Undergarments kind of fall in. There's a bandage that was on its arm. It's kind of fell off it. Now this jumpsuit was sleeveless. You throw what's left of this jumpsuit onto the pile of goo, and it just sort of lands on it. And it just kind of slowly, you can kind of see it's becoming a little bit dampened from the goo itself.
Oh, put your clothes back on.
Right? Nobody wants to see a gelatinous cat running around naked.
Do we have any equipment covers that are non-porous, that are waterproof? Something tarp shaped that we could maybe put on the floor and just kind of shimmy under it and wrap it up in.
There's nothing currently around you that meets that description.
That would not be eat-upable.
That we know of, yeah.
Well, it doesn't appear to be it doesn't appear to eat the clothes. It seems like it's just metal. So I'm wondering if we can essentially contain it in what amounts to a sack of some sort, a makeshift sack. If we have anything maybe in the hangar bay for covering equipment on planet side,
polyfiber or something like that.
Right.
So yeah, there's plenty of cover
with the tarp.
In the actual landing bay of the Spectre, there's a few bits of equipment that need installation. Again, we're short on personnel, but they are covered in tarps. But currently around you, there's nothing like that.
Can one of us go run and grab a tarp real quick?
Sure.
I'm grabbing a tarp.
So with that, your unofficial gopher Hollywood runs back into the turbo lift, goes up. This is one of those you have to go up to go down situations. That goes back up to the main deck, runs to the bridge area, takes the teleporter down into the greater hangar bay, the 3-bay hangar, finds just any random piece of equipment that has a pretty big tarp, cuts the line, pulls it off, kind of crumples it up, doesn't take the time to fold it, crumples it up because we're in a hurry, who's got time, runs back to the teleporter, teleports back up to the bridge, runs back down the main hallway into the turbo lift, down into the brick with the tarp.
Okay. So I'm thinking I grab a corner, somebody else can grab a corner, we just kind of pull it tight and hold it against the floor and just kind of, with a sawing back and forth motion, just try to get it up underneath the goo and slide up the wall to contain the goo.
Okay, so you're just trying to shimmy this to try to contain the goo. And
right. And
who's
what,
helping you with this?
But I need to roll just.
Who's helping?
Who here also has dexterity? Because I imagine we both have to roll, right?
Well, no, you could just, if someone's helping you, you can just do it with advantage.
Okay. Who wants to help?
I'm out in the hall still because I've already been burned. Gonna have to get a new cape.
I guess I might as well help. Yeah, let's do it.
All right. So sleight of hand with advantage. Your sleight of hand is what, Syraxis?
3.
Oh,
okay.
As they're doing this, I'm outside the door going, "Good job! You're doing a great job. Keep doing what you're doing. Good job."
So I just do +3 and then roll twice, right?
Yeah, or you could just do you could do roll 2d20 and just pick the higher number and add 3 to it.
Okay. I got 11 plus 3, so it'll be 14.
Okay, cool.
Watch out for your capes, by the way, guys. Don't get your capes involved. Just
so you shimmy, you take this tarp and you're trying to work its way around, kind of getting it to sort of cover and surround the gelatinous bit, and as this gelatinous goo touches the tarp, it kind of retracts a bit. Doesn't jump back, but it doesn't seem very interested in the material. So as you're starting to wrap it up in this tarp, you're able to kind of get it to a point where it's pretty much contained in just like it's just a sack of goo. The bottom of the tarp is starting to dampen as well, and you're getting a slow, like, more watery just drip from this sack of goo. Nasty. So now Syraxis is holding the goo.
a bag of drippy goo. That's awesome. So now what are you going to do with that there, Syraxis?
I'm going to be honest, I didn't think that far ahead.
Don't get near my cape with it. It's already been burned.
I was about to say, I guess we can take it with us as we go on the other ship.
We're going to be dripping everywhere, so we probably need to think about how to stop the drip if we're going to do that.
Hold the jar underneath the drip.
Well, as you've scooped this thing up and you're holding it, the jar and the food tray are all consumed, or are all wrapped up in this little
in the mess
package of nasty sack that you're carrying around. And I just want to say, I hope that you have this when the session is done, so I can add this inventory item to your inventory. Because
is there an aquarium that we can put it in? Because they're glass.
There is no aquarium on the Spectre currently.
Doggone it.
Okay. I have an idea. Where's the mess hall?
The mess hall?
Worst mashed potatoes ever.
It's
the kitchen.
It's up on the same level as the command center, and it's just directly across the walkway.
Okay. Alice, do you know if the kitchen here has perhaps a rolling freezer unit with a top lid?
Oh, make with the cold.
That would be cool.
I mean, if all else fails, if we can find a what do you call them? That goes out into space, an airlock, and somehow secure it in the airlock, we could open the airlock and get probably a pretty quick freeze dry out of it.
Well, I'm thinking if we can, because right now my thoughts are we need to stop it from being able to leave this room.
Right.
If there is a portable chest freezer, essentially, that opens at the top and seals completely, and we can drop this a sack down inside of it, plug it in here in this room on full blast, and disconnect this room from the ship entirely. We know where it's at. It's not going anywhere. And
That's
pick it up whenever we want.
If
something does happen, it's not on the ship.
Well, yeah, but
I
if
really
we
don't
drop
want to
it,
take this out that door.
yeah, if we put it out into space, though, it should freeze anyway, because space is very, very cold.
Well,
it's
also full of radiation and everything else.
There is a freezer chest in the kitchen. We spared no expense with the kitchen, with Hollywood and Balthazar cooking. We have lots of things we need to keep cool. There are freezer chests in the kitchen, yes.
So what do y'all think?
Let's freeze that thing.
Yeah, I mean, let's make Jello pops out of this bad boy.
Because I don't know about y'all. I don't really want to be able to study this at a later time in a facility that can handle it.
There's quite
but I also don't want it to be loose on the ship.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Having detailed knowledge of the ship, Alice is quick to bring up that there's pretty high tech science facility aboard the Spectre.
Probably a good little cryo chamber in there.
Okay.
Is there a cryo chamber in there?
Yeah, it's got cryo. It has a cryo chamber. It has stasis devices, all sorts of fun stuff.
Yeah. So we just need to figure out how to freeze it.
I was going to say we could still use the freezer chest as rolling to transport it, because it's leaking through this sack. I don't want it dripping on the floor or anywhere else.
So you want to call up and see if Ghost will bring one down?
Yes.
All right. So we can get your call. So you call up to the command center.
Hollywood a break.
Ghost is like, yeah, I have something for that. That's not a problem at all. You should have called earlier. He comes down the turbo lift with like a pretty big box. I'd say it's kind of tall. It's sort of like one of those open molded boxes, but a bit of machinery coming off the side for cooling. He places it down in the middle of the room. He's like, you can put it in here. This should hold it, I think.
And I guess I learned we just need to start asking questions, because I love how we try to figure it all out. Like, maybe we can do this.
I mean, we cloned Belt. I'm pretty sure there's something that.
We'll teach it.
All right. So I guess we just deposit this goo right into the box.
All right. So as you lower it down in the bag, Ghost quickly shuts the lid, pushes a few buttons on the side, and you hear like a beep, beep, beep. Sort of a freezing, suction-y kind of a sound. And then there's just one green flashing light.
Right before it went in, somebody said, "I love you." It said, "I know," and then it was frozen.
All right. The Gek is in the bag, in the cryo chamber, in the cell even.
So do we leave it here or take it to the science bay?
I'll leave it here for now, because I think we have something else that we could be doing as I take out the key card and kind of flick it back and forth. It's like
Ghost is quick to point out.
For a little while.
He says, "I just want you to know that the science bay cannot be jettisoned into space."
Well, with a big enough explosion, anything can be jettisoned into space.
I mean, I didn't want to say it.
Well, it's in the center of the ship, so it's a lot of collateral
I think
damage.
we should leave it here.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
If we need to detach, can we set up a camera in here so it can be monitored 24/7?
I'm going to bring some equipment down and start running some tests myself.
Awesome.
Perfect. All right. And just for the sake of argument, Syraxis looks around for any other obvious solutions that they should have thought of to anything coming up.
Nothing. I don't know what you're looking for exactly.
Well, just common sense tips. We might not.
Door handles.
The important
Conveniently placed boxes.
Ghost just kind of looks over
on the wall.
Ghost looks over at Syraxis and Hollywood, sort of perusing the panels on the wall and looking for hidden triggers, and just pushes in the code, and the cell door shuts. Is there something else you need? He says.
I think we're good.
I'm good.
Yeah, positive. I guess we're good.
Then that's it.
So, who wants to go back over there?
Me. As I flick the card in the air with my hand, I'm like, look. I want to go.
I guess we're doing this thing, huh?
Okay. Is there an automated shuttle that we can take over there this time, since we don't have the big transport?
Well, I think Alice still has Osprey's Sentinel ship. You might fit in that.
Good thing we didn't need a big lunch.
So you make your way out to the turbo lift. You go back up to the main deck, and you work your way through the bridge. You walk past the fleet manager. You sort of give a little nod to Captain Limech as you walk by, and hit that transport beam. Now here you are in the hangar bay of the ship, the Spectre, looking around at all the various ships. Many ships here, but there's one that kind of sticks out. It's Osprey's ship. It's sort of in the far back. It's been sitting here by itself for a very long time. And Alice reaches into her inventory and pulls out this digital pass, this key for the ship. Nobody has flown this ship since Balthazar flew it out of the void way back before the away team stuff when we were doing text-based RPG. But we do maintenance. It's still in working condition. You all begin to pile in. Alice takes the wheel, or the sticks, as it were. Once you're all ready, lift off. You once again find yourself making your way through space, trying to navigate the still floating solar ships. Now, everything is sort of moved a bit. The Spectre has been in a pattern, an orbital pattern around the wreck of this ship, again, which is not under any power. It's slowly moving towards the nearest planet. There's gravitational pull. It's not currently in any danger of getting into the atmosphere by any stretch of the imagination. But it is moving slightly just because it is just dead in the water. So as you move through, you see all the same solar ships, all powered down, just floating. And you make your way back to the same hangar that you had left just a few hours prior, like 10 hours prior. Alice very carefully maneuvers the ship through the hangar bay door, which once again, all of the automated navigation is turned off. So really have to concentrate to be safe. At first, you think maybe she's going to scratch the top, but no, she makes it just fine. And she brings it down into once again, the same landing pad, the only free landing pad. Now, the shuttle bay itself is in the same exact situation that you left it. The only difference, not the only difference, but you see the ships that are all there. All of the ships that belong to this freighter, with the exception of that one open spot that you landed in, are all just there, all torn up. Nothing has changed. As you exfil the ship, you start to notice that it's quite a bit colder. You're starting getting those dings from your exosuits. It's much colder than it was last time. A lot of the atmosphere must be venting out of this hangar bay. The door at the very far end of the hangar bay is still ajar. Still, you had opened it just a bit to fit through, and it was broken, so it's not moving anywhere. It's just there. A lot of the atmosphere from this section is being vented through the hangar bay. And here you are. You're back on the Icarus.
Did we equip ourselves with better lights than we had last time?
Well, not now. Now you're here.
All right. So that would be Concordance. You have the best vision in the dark. And Alice, you are a boatswain, so you probably have the best idea of where things are located. So I'm going to take up position 3.
Before we go in, can we do another scan to see if we can get any life forms? I know it didn't work the first time, but can we try it again before we just venture in there?
I actually had a similar question. I'd like I hit a button for comms or whatever that to Ghost and ask, hey Ghost, you're currently studying our GUI friend, and I imagine at this point you have already uploaded the composition of the goo. Is there any way you can scan specifically for the goo, not necessarily life forms, because the goo didn't show up, and it's on the ship, but scan for the goo on the freighter and also within those the cell ships, the solar cell ships floating around.
Interesting. Yeah, let me see what I can do. Now, looking at these scans, it seems that the only real notable feature is that they have Gek DNA, but the molecular structure is singular. Let me see what I can find scanning the ship.
Maybe hitting some DNA scan.
No. The shielding from outside the ship is far too strong. Do you have a way to scan from inside the shielding?
Alice, does your tablet have that capacity?
Or Osprey ship?
Or have you fell asleep also? Alice? Alice? I think she passed out in the ship.
Never drives sleepy behind the wheel. So the ship,
she got us aboard.
The ship certainly has a scanning capability. Yes.
I'm not a techie, so I think that would have to be you, Concordance, or Hollywood, whichever one of you has got more tech.
Ooh, let's see, tech-wise, let's see.
So we're looking specifically for an intelligence modifier. It looks like Siraxis has a 3. Hollywood, you have a 1.
1, yeah.
Thorn. You have 2. Yep.
With religion having a star. So that mean I'm the high one?
Yeah. No, hold on. Your religion is a star. So Syraxis is the highest one.
Okay.
This would be a general.
It's the intelligence, so +3.
Well, this would be an investigation check, but nobody really has investigation, so it would just be it's all the same.
Yeah, concordance is on investigation. Syraxis is the standard.
Yeah, so it's just straight +3.
Okay. Okay, so 18 +3, you got 21.
I think that did it.
First door we get to, I'll roll in that one.
Oh yeah, I was playing with a die and I threw it across the room on accident. Oh, there it is. I see it. Okay. All right. So you scan for life forms using the ship's scanners. You don't see anything on imaging. Looking through thermal, looking through a couple of the different layers, but you are getting DNA. You are getting the result of DNA. It's not specific. You can't pinpoint the location necessarily, but there is something here.
And there's no way to see if there's more or less in areas.
You can't really. So the way that the scanner works is it's trying to find the life form itself. And again, these scanners work for exploration. So it's when it's trying to pinpoint an actual being itself. It's detecting the DNA of something it knows, but as far as the physical form, it's having difficulty locating.
Gotcha. Okay, so
there are.
So we just got to stick close.
Yeah, there are stronger. There are stronger pockets of it. Not to say it doesn't indicate shape or anything like that, but there are areas of the ship that seem to be more hotbeds for a result than other parts of the ship.
That's what I was really asking more of. I was wondering if, essentially in my mind, I'm wondering if our gooey gecks have gathered into a more larger ball together, perhaps somewhere on the ship.
Yeah, there's still many
coagulated.
There are still many shielded parts of the ship, even internally shielded. So you can't get a really great you can't pinpoint where something where this sort of hotbed area is, but you do know that the section is generally like from where you are in the I can't put my cursor on this picture, but from where you are in the hangar bay going out, turning right and up. So sort of a level up and to the right from the hangar, from this hangar bay, that whole section of the ship.
Okay. Well, guys, that's not where we were at last time we were here, where we're seeing these readings. So what is it that we want to try to do here?
I think the first place we should try to get to is the reactor area and see how much power we can get on. Lights, computers, doorways, things like that. Whatever we can get powered on, I think we should try to do that. And then head toward the main computer to see what information we can gather and maybe send back over to the Spectre. And then if we run across anything as far as the biological, try to get info on that. Try to get a little intel on that.
Okay. And I'm going to suggest we try to do this as more as stealthily as possible, because we don't know what's on this ship, and I don't know how well equipped we are to have any sort of confrontation, especially with something that we don't know how to hurt.
Very true. Very true.
I was going to say more than just the enemy on the ship. if we do get it powered up, I don't know if they sent out any type of emergency or distress that the ship got destroyed. And whatever's on the ship might be worth them coming out here. So we got to be mindful of our time on here.
Agreed.
Right.
So we get what we can get and then get out of here. And
Right.
then while we're, I'm going to plant a few party favors in key areas so that we can, leave no trace when we go.
Did Alice happen to maybe on our little hollow map? I'm assuming we all have access to some sort of hollow map on us of known areas so far. Did she happen to point out where engineering would be on a ship like this?
No, she didn't know for sure. Ghost had uploaded some data to her digipad that indicated that it seemed to be sort of in the area that you were before, like the crew quarters, sort of down that hallway. Everything was being pulled just from telemetry of her digipad and any sensors that it currently has. There seemed to be some indication that that was the right direction. It's hard to pinpoint for sure, though, because again, all of the shielding and you didn't see it yourselves, but that seemed to be the way to go for engineering.
Before we start heading, I look at both of the, because it's three of us now, and I look at the other two team members and I say, Concordance, you're probably going to be okay. I'm going to be okay, but Hollywood, you want to be careful not to interact with the goo, the slime, the puddles in any way, form, or fashion, because our friend did that along with dragging me into it. I only got burned. 12 hours later, they turned into gelatinous goo. So it probably has an effect on organic material. Being that you're organic, you probably want to stay clear.
Okay.
Yeah,
Noted.
Alice also fell into the goo, but it was very brief.
That's
and
right,
it was
she did.
It was part of her armor that hit it.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, so as long as it's inorganic material, it's just going to get burned and a little melty. But if it's organic, it might do something really bad. So let's avoid that if at all possible.
All right, so you make your way off.
After you, sir.
You make your way off the Sentinel ship. Door goes down. You work your way through, once again, this really big, very, very echoey chamber. Walking past all of these personal effects. Again, these ships that have been torn open. And it looks like they were preparing to leave and just didn't get around to it. You're walking by all these things, and you get to, in the very far back of the hangar bay, you get to the door that you previously contended with, that Goldie opened, but as it opened, it sort of like got frozen, kind of half open just from the mechanism being broken. Again, as you approach, you can kind of get a sense of sort of an airflow coming through. Obviously, a lot of you are either mechanical or have your phases covered, but there's a bit of an airflow coming out of those doors that wasn't quite as strong before, and you make your decision. You make your choice on what you do next.
Well, you're leading up because you've got the synthetic sight concordance, so you kind of guide us. I'm behind you in the breacher position with my bolt caster ready. And Hollywood, what do you got? What are you doing? You bringing up the rear?
Yep.
You get your weapons drawn.
Let's do this.
Gotcha.
I'm going to my destination goal here is to get back towards essentially the door that we tried to blow up and didn't have to. There was also a maintenance hatch there.
Right.
And I'm wondering because if engineering was in the same area, we know the maintenance hatch didn't go to the command deck. That was on through the other way. So I'm thinking maybe that will help us get to engineering.
Okay, so you're walking through the door and you're turning to the left once again, and again you see this corridor that is filled with puddles, just as it was before. Is this the picture? Yeah, this is it. You see this corridor. You try to make your way through the corridor, trying not to be the next victim of the goo. And need you all to do me a dexterity saving throw as we do this.
There's no modifier. It's just a D20.
Yeah. Actually, I'm sorry. Hold on. No. Acrobatics.
For acrobatics, okay.
That's a D20 though, right?
Yeah. D20. Who is that?
I got a 9.
I got an 8.
Oh, it's Alice. I'm gonna. How do
I got a
her?
19.
All right. So as you're walking down the, how do I kick her? Oh, disconnect.
Alice, you awake?
No, I'm just gonna. She's asleep. So is Belt.
Good night.
This is what it was like when you fell asleep on stream, Thorn. You started hearing
I was going to say.
Very quiet snoring. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna.
Oh, Belt's back.
I'm wondering. I bet Belt is listening. I'm wondering if he's still got somebody asleep that he can't speak.
Oh,
well, he's not typing anything anywhere that I can see. Belt, if you're with us, give me a sign. We can't hear you.
No sign, no language.
There we are.
Ah.
I heard the belt.
Sorry, man. I thought you were asleep, so I just kicked you.
Oh.
But awesome. So Baltazar's here. Perfect. Maybe you all do stand a chance.
Dun, dun, dun.
No.
That's awesome.
So you can.
I like when the GM says things like that.
Just before we fall into puddles, we hear Baltasar's ship land and turn to go the other way.
Yeah, Belt was actually on the ship already. In true Baltasar fashion, he anticipated what was coming next and was just sitting there waiting for you. Nobody knows him because he's kind of a small Gek. Belt just randomly, while Syraxis is sort of like strutting down the hallway, and Thorn is lined up behind him with his boltcaster raised, and Hollywood sort of like cautiously walking behind him. Belt is just sort of like quietly strolling behind you, like you didn't even know he was there, until he sees Syraxis lose his footing and slip, turning around, reaching for Thorn once again. This always seems to be the case, grabbing Thorn's shoulder and pulling him down with him as you both fall into a puddle, and you quickly roll off. And hold on a second. I don't have one of
my
those.
cape.
It's gonna be nothing left of that cape by the time we're done.
I know. I'm gonna have to get rid of it off my character. Get there and go cape shopping.
And
it is a tattered cape, so let's explain why it's all tattered.
Oh shoot. Yeah. So Syraxis, you take 6 damage, and Thorn, you take 5 acid damage.
Let's see. That'd be 15.
Belt, I need you to roll me an acrobatics saving throw if you don't mind.
Oh, great.
But while they're falling down, Hollywood, you're just sort of like, just like very sure-footedly, just kind of like hopping around the puddles. You see them fall, and you quick to dodge them and get around to the other side, and then you're just sort of like hands up, like come on, quit messing around.
Get it together, team.
You're all outlaws, right?
Pretty much at this point.
The little glowing circle on my back, everyone sees literally half of it just turn off.
All right, so we definitely got to be careful as we're moving forward, team.
Yeah, no kidding. So I shake my cape, what's left of it.
Well, yeah. So because Syraxis, what was your max? Your what? You had 11 hit points.
I was at 12.
Oh boy.
And so now I'm at 6.
I was at 20. Which, did you reset that? Because I was at 16 in the end of the last game.
Yeah, you did a long rest.
Before
so
the rest. Does it reset? Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm at 15 now.
Oops, what was that? And Belt, also, like, while walking behind you, and you both go down, Belt's sort of like kind of surprised by it. You hit him, he tumbles on top of you both. Belt, you take 2 damage.
Mm-hmm.
Thankfully, that's not.
Where
happening.
is
I just updated it for you.
my... Oh,
You need to if you're looking at your character sheet, that section next to roll, you need to prepare some of those up to the number in red on top, so you have something to utilize. All right.
For some reason, it is like reverted to an older version, I think.
Oh.
Like, there are no rows, notebook, or anything.
Oh, hey, I just sent a link in the chat for this stream. It links through the same spot, but the name of the character sheet changed. So if you're going to if you're like going to a cached address, it's going to be a little different. All right, so as you all sort of like dust yourselves off, and again, Belt, as you fell, you sort of fell on top of them, taking some damage to your armor. No actual physical part of your being touched any of the acid. The whole thing is just sort of icky to you, though, knowing that there's like sort of ominous Gek DNA floating around in here. But you make your way down to the end of the hallway, where you were before, where you have the door that's still open. You had used the manual override in the maintenance panel to open that up. That's still open, and you have the maintenance hatch door at the end of the hallway as well.
So that's where we're heading, to the hatch itself, right?
Mm-hmm.
The hatch door.
Yep.
Real quick question, just this is about mechanics. So because I've never played D&D before or anything, I was just looking at what does my AC do, my armor class do? Does that do anything for me in these situations at all?
And so in this situation, things that are attacking you have to hit higher than your armor class. And this wasn't an attack, so it's not the same. It's you like fell into acid, so that's where you sort of lost it there. So nothing has to roll against your armor. But you do have the opportunity to get some of those hit points back with Thorn, right?
Yeah.
Do you have the
I
herbal
would
kit,
say
Thorn?
so.
You have the herbal kit, right?
Because we got, well, I've got an herbalism kit.
Yeah.
Would that work on robots?
Oh, yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. You don't have any. Well, actually, you know what? You know what you get that that we need to figure out how it works. Because you're autophage, each day you get a 1d6 of repair kits.
Oh yeah, that's right. Because we're always repairing stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. So we could say that using one of those, you roll. Let's say you roll a 1d6 for how many you get back, because that's what it was. So, and that's my mistake. I should have addressed that at the beginning of the last.
2.
Yeah, do 2d6. Because you didn't get any last time on
roll 2. Okay. So if I roll 2, that's a 5 and a 3.
All right, so you have 8. So I will make a note. Repair kits. So you have repair kits to help you all gain some of those hit points back, should you need to. But it's going to take.
How many points does a repair kit?
Well, if you use a repair kit, you're going to roll a 1d6 for health.
Yeah.
To see what it will give you back. So up to 6, but could be 1.
So as we're digging through, I mean, everybody's dusting themselves off and everything. I reach in my pack and I grab out a couple of kits and I hand him one and go, I don't have a bunch of these, so be careful.
So just roll straight 1d6. It's not it's not influenced by anything else.
Negative.
Okay. 3. So I got 3 hit points back. That puts me at a 9.
There you go.
Ooh.
Better than 6.
Yeah, no kidding, right? All right. And I rolled 6, which I only had 5 damage, so that puts me back at 20. Or 21. I mean,
that's interesting. If you could get supercharged by those, I think that should be a thing.
Well, you're repairing, so repair is specifically replenishing. There are different mechanics and spells and whatnot that can give you like buffs to that, but this isn't one of them.
And one more.
If I had that extra point, can I just toss it toward him and let him have that extra point?
No.
I don't think it'd work that way.
Probably not.
You're like, I don't need this.
Figure that out.
One more mechanic thing that I can't believe I didn't think to think of before now. But because I have essentially multiple characters in one body, I'm assuming that if Syraxis bites the dust, it reverts to Concordance Prime. And I guess I have to figure something out.
I would say that you all share a body.
Yeah.
Right.
So if Syraxis bites the dust, they all bite the dust. Now.
Oh, lovely.
I don't know.
Yeah. Time to get some extra shells just in case.
I'm trying to think about mechanically. I mean, because it is the body. So even if you like came close to death, you wouldn't lose any personalities. So, but it makes sense to me that you all share a body. It's just also things like you all share an inventory and you all share. So even though your inventories may vary slightly based on the background you chose or whatever, like your overall, your purse, your inventory, that sort of stuff. Everything physical about you is the same. So your hit points should be the same. With a slight variance is okay. Like which could be like that Constitution modifier, right? Like the will of it all. It should be about the same, but like generally everything about you physically, damage you take, like if Syraxis takes 3 damage, they all take 3 damage. You know what I mean? Now you don't have to update every character sheet. We'll keep it in mind as alts come and go and stuff, like how many you lost or how many off of max you are. and we can take that away from other people, other personalities. But like suddenly shifting into a different alt shouldn't replenish your new person's hit points. They're the same physical being, right?
Yeah, no, I'm trying to figure out how to, not let 6 characters all die at one time because we can't get through a door.
Buy repair kits. Lots of repair
kits. It may come down to it. Wax Platypus says, "Are you rolling in No Man's Sky?" Yeah, we're doing a RPG in No Man's Sky. We're not actually in game this session or the last one, but typically we have an adventure of our No Man's Sky characters, and we just do things, and we're kind of making it up as we go. That's why these conversations come up. But
all right, this is kind of a new thing that we're trying.
It's fun working out mechanics. I don't play D&D either, so like I'm definitely open for any of the questions and conversations, specifically conversations about how these things should work, because I have no idea. I'm just making it up as I go.
Well, and I as an old D&D player, back like was it level 1? Not level 1. Version 1 and 2 D&D. Our DM, I'll let you. He would, of course, do the whole, I want the story to go this way, so I'm not going to roll for this one and just make a judgment call.
Mm-hmm.
So feel free to do that too,
Okay.
Be like, we're making it up as we go along.
Yeah.
So it could be like, I don't want them to die right here, so they're just all going to get pain. And,
they're just gonna get pain. I also forget there's such a difference between some of your levels, even though it's all low level. Like your hit points are wildly different, and there's far less of you than there were before. So I'm gonna have to make some adjustments on the fly. It's okay. We'll work it out, and hopefully nobody will die the permanent death. Anyway, here you are at the end of the hallway, looking at options. You can turn left into the crew quarters that you found the Gek on Conter, Gek scientist, now turned pile of goo. Or you can look forward and where you have the maintenance hatch.
I look toward coordinates or Silex and tell where do you want to go? You think it's through that door?
If we're still wanting to go towards engineering, I think the maintenance hatch is going to be our best bet.
All right.
But I don't know for sure.
Let's get her open and see.
All right. So as you look at the maintenance hatch, no real need to investigate here because you've already done all of this, right? There is, once again, you don't see the power relay that you saw before, but you do see the maintenance panel.
Okay, so I'm just going to open that panel. Is it just a lever in there?
Yep, it's just as you open the panel, it's a pull down.
All right.
Yeah, that's the same thing as the other door was, right?
Yep. Mm-hmm. Okay. So as you pull it down, the mechanism on the door itself just releases, and it just kind of swings freely open. Now this panel itself, it's not a door. It's really like a maybe 3x3 opening in the wall. It's meant to not be that noticeable, but given the current situation, it sticks off the wall. It is relatively noticeable as a square on a wall at the end of a hallway. It's going to be a tight squeeze for everybody but Balthazar.
Kind of a Star Trek maintenance tunnel kind of thing.
Yeah, kind of. This one doesn't go up and down at the moment. It goes just kind of straight forward. You kind of have to shimmy through it. Now, it is enough for like a non-armored humanoid to get through. But given that you have concordance and yourself an autophage, a little bit more bulky, I'd say. Now, Hollywood is a traveler, but Hollywood is in Vy'keen form. So also
he's a big dude.
Kind of a tight fit. Not so many cold, sharp edges to get through. You can push through a little easier. But Belt can get in there no problem.
And I know Belt, right? Belt's someone that I'm familiar with because I know the other guys aren't that familiar with Belt, correct?
Yeah, you know Belt. You are mostly the sole reason why he got cloned and brought back to life. So you're familiar with him. He's familiar with you.
All right. So, hey, Belt, I'm going to need you to go through there and see if there's a way, see if you can get to engineering.
Okay. Do I need to roll anything?
Nope, you just work your way down.
Well, hold on. Before he goes in there, I want to make sure I stick my head in and give it a really good look. Looking for any floating balls of goo, any wet puddles.
Yeah.
Any
No,
convenient holes in it. Yeah.
Investigation check. Or you're looking, so perception check. Sorry.
Perception. Okay. Let's see.
Of course, as I'm, giving him the instruction, I tell him avoid at all costs anything wet and shiny.
So 13 plus. You said perception, yeah. 13 plus 2, so 15.
Okay. So as you're using dark vision, looking into the tunnel, looking for any of those now obvious hazards for a biological life form, you don't see anything, and you're kind of surprised by generally how untouched and pristine this maintenance tunnel is. It's very small, but there's no messy goo. There's no it doesn't have the damage that the rest of the ship has. It seems like these have been relatively untouched by whatever's been causing the issue in the Icarus, but also seemingly by the crew.
Good enough for me.
And when you get down there, I need you to find a way to get the power back.
All right.
And we will hang out right here waiting on you to come back.
One question though.
Sure.
Why don't we just boom it all into oblivion?
Oh, we've got a few goodies we need to get first. And once we get the goodies and kind of know where the ship was coming from, then believe me, I do intend on doing that.
Okay.
You're like, it's all I can think about.
In fact, yeah, it's night and day for me. In fact, I hand him a little boom pack and say, place that down there at the most critical area while you're there.
How many of those do you have?
How many do I have now? 3? 2?
I don't know. You never told me how many you made.
Well, it's 4 the first time.
Okay.
That was the first time.
And you didn't blow...
I've used 2, so that would be 2.
Did you use 2? Oh, you did use 2.
Blew up
the other one that you put against the Gek, you never used. You just threatened her with it.
No. Yeah, just threatened her with it.
Okay. So you give Belt the liquid explosive, and Belt starts shimmying through the maintenance tunnel. Now, we did say that
I have the detonator. He has the bomb, so.
Yeah. Sorry, Wax Platypus says red flag. If it sounds too good, it probably is. I mean, we'll see. So he's shimmying down this opening again. It's really easy for a Gek without a lot of armor. He gets to a point where the maintenance tunnel opens to like a turbo lift shaft, and he's got to make a decision to go up or to go down. There's no way forward from here. It just opens up to this large turbo lift elevator shaft.
We still have comms with Belt, right?
Yeah. You're still within shouting distance as well. You can kind of see him at the end of it.
Yeah.
Do you have a map or anything?
No, we don't know. But didn't I do remember it being brought up that engineering would be below decks.
Okay, so I go down.
Okay.
You get out of earshot. Go to your comm.
So you're gonna need to do an athletics check for me.
He slips and falls, accidentally triggering the boom. Well, that's it. That's you with the.
That's the way this goes. That's the way this ends. Belt falls onto the liquid explosive, and you all just perish in a fiery.
It just rips the whole ship apart.
All right. New character time.
The end.
So I type number of dice 1, sided die the G20, modifier plus 2, right?
Yes.
5.
Luckily, it's only one deck down. So as you're crawling down the side, you're trying to gingerly crawl down this shaft, with speed, but with care. You sort of lose your footing and you stumble and you fall. Luckily, you don't fall very far. Engineering is just one level down. However, you come into the issue of there are more levels that you could go. You land on the deck of. I don't have a.
You don't have a picture of that?
I don't. Well, not yet. You land on the
Not
deck
yet.
of engineering, which is a sort of a bit of a lip where the turbo lift stops. It's a little bit more open there. It's not enclosed as it would be in other decks. I don't have a 1d6 is what I was going to say. I do, but it's behind me. I don't feel looking for it. As you fall, you just take 3 damage. You fall and you hit with a dull thud.
You all right?
Well, I didn't fall on the liquid explosive, so...
That's a bonus. We probably wouldn't be having this conversation if you did.
It could have been.
Yeah, it sounds like he's all right.
That reminds me, out of player, not character. When what was his name? The guy, the movie maker, went to the Marianas Trench. The guy who did Avatar.
Oh yeah, James Cameron.
James Cameron, yeah, he got down to a certain level in that sub, and all of a sudden there was like a loud pop, and of course everybody freaked out. They were like, "Is everything okay?" And he goes, "Yeah, everything's fine, or we wouldn't be having this conversation right now."
True story.
I was like, "Yeah."
So, Belt, you find yourself kind of coming to it. It rung your bell a little bit, but you're otherwise unscathed. Sort of looking around this very large deck that you've landed on. Now, this is a deck that they do a lot of maintenance on. It's really like the underbelly of the ship. No frills. Where up above that you saw a lot of like, well, you may not have noticed. It's pretty dark, but it's very clinical, very institutional, very clean walls before the damage and before all the puddles of yuck. But down here, it's just all very mechanical. Things are very open. You see these 2 large reactors. There's cylinders up above, and they're currently not moving. They're lit up. They appear to be functioning, but they're not currently generating any power from these stations. From where you stand, though, given your so many screens. I have 3 screens, by the way. I don't know why this is so hard for me.
Jealous.
Oh,
That's
given your
too
passive
strange.
perception, yeah, that works. You do notice that there's a turbo lift behind you and to the left that doesn't appear to be, nothing on the ship is functioning. All emergency power is the only thing you have, and even that's still flickering. But there is a turbo lift here that's inoperable. So presumably, if you got the power going, that would probably work. But you sort of look around the area and you're like feeling a little bit overwhelmed by the need to fix these reactors with your -1 intelligence modifier.
Okay, Google. So, firstly, I don't see any goo, right?
Any like monsters or anything?
Yeah.
Oh, any goo. Oh, you do see a few puddles. Nothing crazy. There's probably like maybe 8 different little pools of acid. Nothing big. Completely completely out of the way. Kind of very sparse, and you're easily able to navigate the area without having to do like a dexterity saving throw.
And do we know anything about their what it is made of?
You know a little bit. We know that it's made of gek. We know it's made of gek and that it hurts other biological beings, and also it seems to dissolve metal. Starts to break down metal, and it appears to. This is all stuff from earlier in the session. It appears to sort of move in a way that's not quite understandable, if that makes any sense. It doesn't move with any intention, but it does move, and the crew just couldn't really figure out why that might be.
Does it have any nanites?
How are you telling that?
I'm just asking.
You'd have to.
Yeah, that's a scan I was hoping somebody would do.
Well, I kind of assumed that Ghost working on this stuff would be forthcoming at some point.
Nothing has come up. Nothing has come up as far as there being nanites involved in the goo itself. Like previous to this, you currently have no way to scan that, or you are currently not scanning that to glean that information. But none of the scans that they've done prior to this have shown any sort of nanites involved in it.
Baltazar, Syraxis here. Just a word of advice: don't touch the goo. We had a previous little friend who touched the goo, and well, they are also now goo. So probably don't do that.
Well, then I just go to the reactors. And
I'm trying to figure out which one of these
search
is
for any sort of terminal, I think.
Is this gonna let me do it? Oh, I did it. Cool. All right. So you're going to. I'm trying to figure out why this whole. It's like a black. There we go. All right. So you're coming to the reactor. So in the middle of the room. I know that's more than 30. In the middle of the room, there's a table. So there's 2 reactors. They both kind of go up really high in the air. Sort of a green light emanating from these reactors. And in the middle of these 2 reactors, there's a long table with many stations. There's a bunch of different consoles. It's all lit up. It seems to be like the main control station. You approach that station, and that's where you find yourself.
Is there a big button that just says on?
Big on button.
Well, so as you're looking through the terminals and whatnot, do an intelligence check for me. Or, well, I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter. You don't have any proficiencies, right, for intelligence?
Quick question: If he's
No.
on comms with us and we're trying to help walk him through it, is there any chance that it can be done with advantage?
Yeah, I mean that works. If you want to help him through it, sure.
Yeah, I mean Sirexis would be probably pretty good with the terminals and everything. So I imagine on comms is helping walking through.
Yep.
You know, hey, click here. Hey, make sure you check in there for, you know, let me know what's on the screen there, so on and so forth.
Yeah. All right. So you're getting some help from your friends on comms. So this works out perfect because all of the interfaces here are in Gek, and you speak Gek. You know the language, and then you have a phone a friend going. So roll an intelligence check. Let's call it just a general intelligence check, with advantage. So you can roll it. You can roll 2d20, and then pick the higher number, pick the higher roll, and then subtract 1 from that.
They're all 18.
Oh, well, that's fine. Oh,
If I did it right.
sorry. Goldilocks has said sorry. I slept in my alarm. All right. So you didn't need the help, but you had the backup, which is a good thing. So as you're starting to push some buttons, you're starting to get an idea of what exactly is wrong with the reactor, and you can kind of communicate this back to your group. So there's the reactor cores themselves. They're shut down manually. There's nothing actually physically wrong with them, but they've been shut down in a couple of different places. They've had total power down. Oh, hold on. There's been a total power down, and trying to get this thing off the screen. There we go. It's clear to you that it was done with intention, because it's not just someone hit the off button. They actually turned off the cooling systems, flipped off the power conduits, and then deactivated the controller consoles. So you need to go through and turn on each of those systems.
Is there any sign if it was benevolent or malevolent intentions?
No, there's no signs as to the intention of why it was turned off, but you can definitely tell that these 2 reactors are in perfect working condition, and that somebody came down here and turned them off intentionally. There's no way that these things just were accidentally powered down.
Okay, so I saw. Wait, can I take a photo of it and send to others? Like that.
Can you take a photo of it?
Oh,
Yeah,
send it up to us.
Yeah, I mean, you have an analysis scanner. You can send them some imagery, short range They can see what you're seeing, basically.
Okay, so we're gonna. Are we all in agreement that we're still turning these systems back on?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that seems to be like our goal at this point, to get the lights and doors and everything working.
Okay. Is there any way to see if we can get power to everything, but keep the doors closed? Like, no doors automatically open. They have to actually be.
Yeah, I'm sure we have to open them.
Well,
I want to make sure none of the doors on the ship automatically open.
Automatically open.
So this is what Balthazar saw. Balthazar saw these systems that have gone down. So the overall reactor core generates the power, right? That needs to be turned on. The power conduits push power to the ship. So that's what transfers power to the ship's corridors, restores critical systems, restores other systems like the doors, the lifts, everything. Just pushes power out of the reactor. The control console allows people to access other systems of the ship. And then the coolant system prevents the reactor from overheating.
That's where I'm going to want you to put the bag of boom that I sent with you. It's on the reactor coolant system. We're gonna make this thing go super critical.
Turn it on first, then see if it is safe enough, and then plant the boom.
Yeah, that works.
The reactor first.
Yeah, turn it on, see what all.
Yeah.
All right, so you make your way to the console for the reactor. It's over here, apparently. And you're gonna need to do another intelligence check with advantage because you have your phone a friend on still.
18.
Oh, perfect. All right. So as you're accessing the systems, you find the digital trigger to turn on the reactor, and you start to hear it powering up. The noise of these two reactors just fill this whole room. This hum as lights around you start to kind of flicker on. Everything in the vicinity of you seems to be getting powered. The overall lights, this is all emergency lighting still, but even that was dying. So all of these emergency lights are getting brighter, and they're not flickering. They're actually doing the thing that they're supposed to do. You can sort of see the surroundings a little bit better. Still nothing horrible. You still see light shining off of those like 7 or 8 piles of liquid on the ground. Things seem to be powered up and going okay.
Okay, so next I think coolant.
All right. So the coolant system is a pull switch that's a little bit higher up over on the side of one of the reactors themselves. That the pull is for the overall coolant system. It's not for per reactor. So as you come over to that reactor, all you need to do is a dexterity check.
Mm-hmm. Uh, 10.
Okay. You reach up. It's a little bit higher because you're, a Gek, you're a little bit shorter. You jump up with both hands, you grab this lever, and you pull it down. You hear this rushing of liquid pouring into the reactor chamber itself. You hear this loud as the process of cooling begins. The reactor flickers for a second and then continues to glow brighter than it was even before. The emergency lighting gets even brighter. No additional lights turn on, but the room is pretty well lit from the emergency lighting and engineering. Things are good.
Okay, and now the last thing, right?
You have power conduits which push power to the ship, and you have the control console to access ship systems.
Okay, can I check if there is something like a line saying that doors automatically open, yes or no?
You don't have you
false?
don't currently have access to the control console because it's not currently functioning.
Oh.
Yeah, you'll need to power that on first.
Then I power it up.
You're gonna come back to the main control console.
Yeah.
All right. Give me an intelligence check with advantage because you still have your phone a friend.
Not 20.
Jeez, man.
But it is rolled dice without modifier, yes? So
Well, you have an intelligence. You have your
think-
intelligence modifier, but it's nat 20, so it's a nat 20. It's fine.
Oh.
You don't need it. You don't need your intelligence modifier. So you easily navigate all of the firewalls to get through to the control console, and you have full display over how all of the systems, not just how power is routed, but pretty much access to all systems that they do even on the bridge of the ship. You can kind of see all of the different mechanisms. Specifically, if you're looking for doors and lifts and whatnot, you have full access to indicate what you want turned off and what you want turned on.
Okay, so I check the doors.
All right, so doors are currently set to their standard setting, which is motion detecting. They automatically open as you approach.
Okay. I turn it off.
Okay. Doors will remain locked down.
Can I turn it to something like if you press a button or something?
Well, power is restored to the door, so it can be accessed through the power relay. You can still opt to open the door. You don't have to do the mechanical override that they were before. Currently, it's locked down though. It's in a lockdown state. Systems like the security system is still going to be powered. The lifts will still be powered. The overall lighting, gravity, atmosphere, everything will be restored. The only thing you currently have turned off right now is the doors opening automatically by motion detecting.
Baltazar, you should have access to all of the ship systems down there. Can you set to tight beam broadcast back to our freighter pretty much everything, clone everything this on these ship systems? go ahead and have that heading back.
If I can do that, then yeah.
All right, so I mean, you rolled in at 20, so you can do whatever you want. However, this is only about the operational systems of the ship, how it functions.
Scientific.
Yeah, it's not database information. It's all just.
Well, it's got the security logs and everything on there, right?
It has information about the security system. Yes.
So if there was any alerts, anything that happened as far as the system goes, it would have the information, how the ship was shut down, anything like that.
It wouldn't
still need to.
It wouldn't have information about how it was shut down. It would have like time it was shut down. It would have if the security system was activated. It wouldn't necessarily give an indication of what had activated it unless there was a scan. Any scientific data, any sort of that kind of data is on a different system. This is all functional data, things about how the ship works, not about what's happening on the ship. Not like sensor arrays.
How about what about at least a full ship schematic?
Yeah, that would be available here. I mean, you could send all of the information and let them deal with it on the other end.
Yeah, well, definitely send all the information, but I'm wondering if we can get that schematic transmitted to our suits.
Sure.
Yeah. Hold on. I'm trying to write a note for myself, but this isn't currently taking notes. Okay. All right. So Belt transmits data back to the Spectre. Ghost on the other end is able to extrapolate a more complete view of the overall makeup of the ship, and he can send you the schematic to your exosuits. In the meantime, you also gain a message from Ghost that, not too long ago, another ship left the Spectre and has landed on the Icarus. Standing beside you, slowly, very gingerly hopping across the way, you find Goldilocks, just sort of like standing next to you, very quietly approached, had no problem getting onto the ship, had no problem navigating the hallway, and just standing next to you, sort of inquisitively staring at you, wondering why you all are so intently looking into this little 3x3 door on the wall.
Well, concerning that, I was just going to say, Syraxis is, while all this is going on with the power coming back on, Syraxis is looking around, kind of observing the puddles and things in the room that he's able to see, and see if there's any reaction towards lights, towards the power, the hum of the ship coming back to life, if there's anything noticeable reacting within the room.
No, you don't see any sort of, like, you're looking specifically if the puddles have started to move because the ship is coming back online. You don't see
I'm just wanting to see if they. Yeah.
There's no change of state from these puddles. They're not as gelatinous as the thing you encountered on the Spectre, but they are still just puddles of dangerous semi-gek pools of nothingness, of nastiness.
So it appears that these are not mobile like our friend.
Correct.
Perfect.
Meanwhile, Baltazar's down in engineering, kind of waiting to see if things are going okay. He's, again, not very technically inclined, although he has certainly learned quite a bit, given some of his more recent activities. Still feeling a little bit anxious being down in engineering by himself, sort of being the one-man wrecking crew, putting all this stuff back into play.
He didn't get the boom on the coolant system.
He has not put the boom on the coolant system. He has also not turned on the power conduits to actually push power out to the ship. All he's really done is set it up so that when he does turn it on, the doors don't all open.
Yeah. Okay.
You all work through that 1 second. I'm going to take.
So we got. That's fine. Hey, Belt, can you go ahead and get the power going through? And once you've got the power systems all turned back on, throw the liquid boom satchel onto, fix it to the cooling system of the reactors.
Okay.
I assume Hollywood at this moment is going back through trying to loot anything we missed earlier.
On it.
He's like, let's see
Yes,
what
yes,
things I can find.
As at this point, I was just standing guard, like, as long as we don't turn on the power, and then giant gorilla gets let loose.
Oh yeah, big gooey gorilla. That'd be fun. It's like it's a gelatinous gorilla.
Space gorilla would be the worst thing to deal with. I mean,
Yeah, I'm with you. Man. I guess I'm the closest thing to leadership at this point. I don't know, but everybody has my permission. If something comes running at you, feel free to ventilate it in any fashion you see fit.
all right, Captain.
Yeah, I don't plan on taking dead bodies back at this point.
Yeah, I figured that's not the goal at all.
Not the goal.
All right. I did something in our time off from Friday that I'm excited to do now. So yeah, I was downstairs.
It's not a gorilla, is it?
No, but it did make me chuckle. So as you're sort of looking around, Hollywood specifically looking around the area, now you've already sort of checked out the crew quarters, but no one's really looked too much into this hallway. No one's tried to do anything. So as you're sort of looking through, I want you to do an investigation check of the hallway.
I'm gonna run to the little autophages room, and I'll be right back.
For my investigation, would I still do a D20 for the dice?
D20 plus any modifier that you have. And if you have a star next to it, then it's proficiency.
Okay. Yeah, I do. I have one.
That's right.
Okay, I got a 28.
You said you had 28?
Yeah, if I did that right.
What's your proficiency modifier? Did you have proficiency?
Just one. Yeah, and the proficiency bonus is 2.
And what was your actual roll? Like what
17.
All right, so you had 3, so 20. It's still more than enough, but I was like 28. Damn. Okay. No, 20 is fine. Yeah. So as you're looking through the hallway, it's dark. Everyone's been really focused on not slipping in the goo, but you notice that there's some lockers along the hallway that no one has really paid much attention to. So you reach over and you sort of like lift the handle because everything else has been such a pain in the ass. But you lift the handle and it pops right open. So you start kind of rummaging through all of these. You start rummaging through all of these lockers, and I set up a looting system. Hold on.
Oh, you were thinking about us. That's awesome.
Yeah, because I knew 3 of you were outlaws. You come across this this strange piece of technology. Like, you're a traveler. You've been to alien worlds. You've done all this stuff. You come across the most confusing looking grenade I think you've ever seen. It's sort of glowing purple, and on the side of it, just on the spoon, you can see It says void flare. Void flare.
Oh.
And you think it's interesting, you put it in your pocket, kind of go on. Outside of that, you run into about 1,000 units between this row of lockers. Some have more, some have less, but overall, you find about 1,000 units.
Awesome. Guess what I found, team? I found some units.
Yeah.
Be right back in like 30 seconds. Gotta lay my son down.
Yeah, no worries.
Cool.
You guys start looting the place without me?
Well, yeah.
well, come on, break in something. No, just
I mean, if you find anything cool, let us know.
He's being he didn't say anything about the void grenade. He just said
I know.
units.
Yep, units. I found a whole bunch of units for us to share.
A whole bunch of units.
All right. Belt's still down in engineering. Still hasn't pushed the power to the ship yet.
Well,
And I do that.
yeah. Yeah, go ahead. We'll see what happens.
You've done enough. Intelligence checks, and you got a net 20. So I won't make you roll again. But you're pushing power to the ship. You've chosen to turn off. You've chosen to turn off the doors, right? Did I miss anything?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think that's where
Yeah.
we're at on that.
Oh, I can't do it in this channel? Come on. Oh, it's bot commands. My bad.
I'm back.
Hey. Hi, back. I'm Pyro. Pyro's not on the
Dun, dun,
Pyro's not
dun.
on the chat today.
What?
Sorry. I know he'd be so
That's it,
happy
he's
about that
grounded.
too.
Anything fun happen?
Not yet.
Yes, while you were gone, Belt turned the power on to the ship, and we're just confirming that he only turned off, not only, but the only real adjustment he made to the ship before pushing power out was making sure the doors weren't going to open automatically. He cut the power to
Right.
the motion detectors of the doors.
So we'll still have to open them via the boxes.
Well, they're powered, but there's the motion detector part of it's turned off.
Right.
All right, in Hollywood, I
Yeah,
just
we
gave you your
Open them
1,000
at the
units.
door.
Yeah. All right, so the whole ship just sort of comes alive. You hear the ship is humming. All the lights are on where you are. Up in that main corridor, the lights are flickering on one at a time. You sort of look back down the hallway, and you see Hollywood sort of like flinch as he's like rummaging through these lockers, like, oh, I wasn't doing anything, Everything is illuminated. Everything is far less scary, for sure. You notice that right next to these lockers, there's another much more subdued door that opens automatically. It's not a door like to a room. It's a door to the turbo lift. The shutter doors shut in an emergency, and they open up, revealing the actual door of the turbo lift that was sort of hidden behind this seemingly wall. So there's a turbo lift there. Everything else is in full view. You can see everything.
Engineering?
Yeah, that'll access engineering.
Is the turbo lift access engineering?
So, Belt, come
You
on
wanna
up here.
Every
You wanna go get
engineering
Belt
is
or have
lighting
Belt
up, and suddenly you just hear a
Nice. So we need to get to.
Okay, look what you've done now.
so
I
Balthazar.
like it. It's got to beat up the dance too.
That's just me pushing the button. So
Yes.
Balthazar, as you're down there in engineering, this loud alarm just keeps going off. Man, I hope that's coming across the stream.
Yeah.
Is
Oh,
it?
we're here now.
Huh.
Yeah. hearing it well.
On the stream you are?
Oh, on the
Up on
stream? Let me see.
I actually don't know if the soundboard comes across the stream. Anyway,
Yeah,
so this loud. Oh, cool. This loud alert comes on, and these panel doors, fly open in engineering. Oops. And from these doors, you get all of these automated drones start flopping out, searching for
every time to go.
Whatever. You're searching for whatever danger has started. Now, mind you, that everything has been shut down. So there we go.
There they come. So are those like repair drones, or are those attack?
These are security drones. These are security drones. The biggest difference is probably the alert, and they're scanning. They're looking all over the. They're only currently in engineering though, so
probably a good time for you to come back up here, Belt.
Yeah, Belt, hop on that turbo lift and shut the door behind you.
Yeah, time to go.
So Belt,
can I turn off the alarm?
you can turn the alarm off. Yes.
Then I do that.
Okay, so the alarm stops sounding. However, you still have these drones that are now keyed in on your presence. And Belt, I need you to roll initiative. Oh, wait, one's a 6, one's a 9. Okay.
Dude, I have drank all of my B&B, all my Monster, and all the bottle of water I brought.
What do I roll for it?
Just a D20.
3.
Okay. Well.
That's not good.
Oh, actually, I have 4, don't I?
Does he have inspiration or anything he can use?
Not currently, no. All right, so you are you're last to go. I mean, the only real saving grace here is that you're not surprised because these things alerted themselves, but you notice that they're each trying to move closer to you. Is it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? All right, so
are we aware of this?
If he tells you,
so I imagine he's telling us.
Because we could hit the turbo lift and start heading down there if he's not going to make it out in time.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking because I imagine now we're on turns.
Yep. Well, you're not because you're not in the combat zone yet, but you will be when you come in. They've all made their move. They've used their action to move to you, and now it's your turn, Belt. Each of these 4 drones have sort of determined that you are the cause of the security breach, and they're just instantly.
While that's going on,
yeah.
Can we look at the? I think we're gonna go run and hop into the turbo lift and be on our way.
Okay.
Down there.
You all the 4 of you are coming down.
I am. I don't know. Hollywood,
yep.
Goldilocks, you coming with?
I am.
Yep.
Yeah, might as well.
All right. Gunfight time.
Okay.
Getting the band back together.
I'm gonna throw the. I'm gonna throw this to. I deleted. I had little avatars for everybody, but I deleted some when I thought Goldie wasn't gonna come, and I deleted.
I've seen it. I've seen the map. I was like, that thing looks so awesome. It runs it like old school game, like the up top view.
Dude, you just did a great job on this. I can't even tell you.
Oh, thanks. This wouldn't be possible without just every AI tool that is currently out there. All right, so
It's on the market.
you all kind of come down into engineering, and again, I've never done this, so I have no idea what I'm doing, but we're gonna get through this together. You come down the turbo lift, which is right here, and you see these I would say sentinels. You see these sentries, different. They're not sentinels. They're sentries for the ship, all sort of like coming towards Balthazar. Balthazar, you has not made his move yet. I'm realizing that I am gonna need to see everyone's stuff. Huh?
Did I miss anything? I ran into you quick.
Belt's in peril, but you're all down there now. Because you're on the game board, though, I am going to need you all to roll initiative.
Which one was that?
D20.
Same as D&D, plus dex roll? Or no dex roll?
Say that again?
Initiative, or are you adding dexterity to the initiative roll, or just flat?
Just flat.
Roll.
Flat D20.
Okay.
D20.
Yep.
Is that correct? Ghost.
Yes. Oh, this is dead. That's why it's not working. That sucks.
Critical failed.
Oh.
What?
18.
No.
I rolled a 1.
Wow.
All right, so
He
Goldie
might
is
have shot
18.
one of us. I'm 14.
Thorn
I
is
rolled
14.
an 11.
11 is.
So it's just being a trip on my way out the turbo lift.
No, you're just the last to go. And we had
Okay.
Belt. I've already
Oh, yeah,
forgotten what you rolled. Do you remember?
I think it was 3.
That's right, 3. I knew that you were down at the bottom of my list. I couldn't remember what. And I just assumed you were the bottom until our nat fail. Belt. And then 1. Syraxis. All right. Does anybody not know what we're doing here? Aside from myself.
Fighting.
We're fighting. Yeah. As far as like the actions you can take and so on and so forth.
Oh, I'm not sure on that.
But yeah,
Right.
I was just going to shoot stuff.
Yeah,
So
that's
each
kinda
of
what
you
I
have
was
a
gonna go
primary
for.
and secondary weapon. Swapping between those
Right.
weapons are going to be an action in and of themselves, unless you have some sort of a feature that says it's a bonus action. So your features are in your little feature area of your sheet. Trying to pull one up. Here we go.
I'm not on the board.
You're not? Where are you? Oh, you know what?
That's
are you?
you deleted. You deleted me.
No, you're down here. You're right here. Oh, you know what? You're not. Hold on.
Oh, I know.
Why is that? Why can't you see it?
Good.
Why can't you see it?
Let's
Because I have you
see.
pulled down too far. There we
Gordon.
go. I'm gonna make this smaller. I think it's my problem. How do I do that? Oh,
There
no.
I am.
Yeah, I knew you were there. I was gonna say.
You can see the top of my head.
If you want to see the game board, I posted I'm using Miro, which is something else entirely. I posted the link in our voice chat box. Belt, it's still to you.
Huh?
It's your
You gotta do
action,
your
Belt.
move.
Oh. Whoa.
Oh, you know what I can do while you're thinking about it? Look through your stuff. I'm going to try this thing out. Here we go. This might be loud for some of you, and I apologize.
Nice.
No. That fits.
Dude, I love Miro. That is awesome.
Yeah, don't pay attention to any of the other things there. You may or may not make it.
No. No, I'm not. I'm just.
All right, so Belt, as it stands now, you are
I've zoomed in on
5,
this
10,
side
15.
area.
You're 20 feet away from one of the sentries. Even that's going to be too loud, huh?
Yeah, it's a good volume on this end. I don't know about.
Oh, okay.
I don't know about the string player.
Can I go away from it and shoot it, or is it automatic?
You can use a move as your action.
Start head toward us.
You want to use it? Well, you can't shoot at it and move. You've kind of got to do one or the other, unless you have a feat that says otherwise.
If you move toward us, we can concentrate fire on everybody following.
I was gonna say, if you move in this direction,
we will lay down suppressing fire.
right. The goal is to just get out of here.
Yeah. Yeah, we've got everything we need out of here, so we don't have to blow them all up. But I mean, if we do, that's cool. But that's not necessarily what we need to do right now.
Well, I just spend all my whatever running, I think.
So you're running our way.
Yeah.
All right. So when you say running, are you taking a dash?
What will it do?
So for dash, if you take dash as an action, actually I think I'm thinking about this wrong. So if you take dash as an action, you can move 60 feet away, right? So that's your action. I forget, you can't move after you've dashed, right?
No, because you use your movement and then the dash movement.
Okay. So if you dashed away, you'd be about, I mean, we'll say that you 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, or 7, 8, 9,
Heading our direction.
12. You're actually, yeah, you're about 10 feet from Goldie.
That works. Because they're going to have to kind of line up to come in behind him, and we can start picking him off as he gets to reclaim his. So we get to finish out that round.
Mm-hmm. Is that what you're doing, Belt?
It will allow me to be further than without dash, right?
Yes.
Yeah, you'll almost be where we are.
Okay.
Oop. All right, so you're dashing your now right next to Goldie, just about 10 feet away. And then that resorts back to our sentries. So first up is this guy. He's going to also opt to dash. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And then this guy is 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And then it comes up to Thorn.
All right, I aim at the closest one with my bolt caster and empty a clip.
All right, so you're gonna first off roll to hit, so 1d20 plus your dexterity modifier.
20 dexterity modifier. I don't think I have one. I have a star by sleight of hand, but I don't have anything else in dexterity.
So it's just a straight d20 then.
Yeah. All right, 13.
Oh, perfect. All right. So what's your attack?
It is D6. It looks like. For the
so you roll. So for each level you have a D6. So roll your D6, and you are what?
So like 3d6.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So 60. Yeah. Yeah. So if you're level 3, then it's 3d6.
Okay. 3d6. No modifier.
No modifier unless you. Yeah, no modifier.
Okay. 12. Or 5, 3, 4.
5, 3, 4.
Yeah.
I forget my pen doesn't work. Shoot. Come on, man. All right. So you hit for 12. Good job. So as you hit the gosh, like this is not the best place to take notes on. I'm trying to take notes on my mobile version of Excel, but it's not working. All right, so this guy's taken 12. Okay. Anything else you want to do? You can move.
I do have a weapons proficiency with a bolt caster. That makes any difference.
Oh, you have well no your proficiency with bolt caster.
Yeah, it's simple. It's a simple bolt caster weapon proficiency.
You're all set then.
Okay. And is that it for me, or do I have another option?
Well, you can choose to take like a bonus action. You can move.
I want to move up to the square right beside Belt.
Okay, so you're gonna go just below him. Here.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Is that it?
That's it.
Okay. Then it goes to Hollywood.
Okay. Get this real right.
The first one's damaged. Do we have any idea what their hit points are?
I do, but you don't. None of them are bloodied or oily yet, though.
Okay.
I feel like I need to get this damn track back in here. Is it gonna reset the volume if I do that though?
Okay, so for this one, I'm rolling.
Are you attacking?
Yeah, I might as well.
Now
The
you can
first
move.
one?
You can move first. You don't have to just attack straight up. You can actually do your move first if you want to get closer.
Okay. So with the move.
Oh boy, hold on. That's the problem. It always, whenever you play music, it always goes right into 100%. All right, so I'm sorry.
It wants to jam.
Holly, what did you say?
All right, so yeah, I'll move closer. So how do I do which side of that am I doing?
To move, you don't really have to. You can move 30. So just tell me where you want to go, and as long as it's within 30 or. There's actually like a number grid up here, like you can't really see it, but
Yeah, like I'm on what, 27? I'm on 27.
yeah.
So if you're going to come up to that 27 level on the other side of belt, that'd be great.
Okay. Yeah, move me there then. 27.
Okay.
Okay, now I see the numbers.
How come you don't have any hit points?
Is that 30?
Before we go any further, did you roll for your second set of hit points? You have dexterity?
No.
All right, so before we go any further, just roll me a 1d8.
I got a 7.
Good.
All right, so your overall amount is 15. Oh no, I'm sorry, 16 because it's +1. All right, you're good. You're good from there. All right, so you've moved right next to belt. Okay. So now you are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7-ish. You're about 35 feet away from the closest sentinel.
What are you doing, Hollywood?
Can I attack now, or
Yeah.
or should I attack? Yeah.
Yeah. I would say yes.
All right, so yeah, I'll go ahead and I'll attack.
All right, so your secondary weapon is a bolt caster. You're doing a range attack, so roll a 1d20 plus your dexterity, which is +1.
Oh, 11.
Okay. Sorry, I switched. All right, so you raise your bolt caster. He's a little further away. He's not too far, but you're trying to aim. You fire off a few rounds. None of them hit. They just sort of like just barely graze by the closest sentry. So now it comes back to the sentry. This sentry decides to move closer to right about here. Oh, I can't pick it up. There we go. So this one travels 60 to there. And then we are to the next sentry. Yep. Which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, come on.
Okay, so the goal, guys, is Belt needs to start heading toward the turbo lift, and we cover his exit. And start backing up ourselves, like fire, and then take back toward the lift.
All right, it's back to belt.
If you've got a weapon, use it. If not, start heading toward the lift.
Okay, then I go to the lift.
Okay, so you're gonna move. The lift is about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 behind you. Nobody has actually engaged you yet, and vice versa. You're just sort of running. So you are back in the lift.
Right.
Okay, so now it goes to Syraxis for his first move.
Is he back? JC?
Am I able to shoot and then move?
Yeah.
Yes, you can shoot and move.
Okay.
But just realize that shooting engages.
All right. Okay. So D20 plus dexterity to hit.
Yep.
Oh, I missed. 7.
All right. Yeah. So you raise your. I'm not sure what weapons you have, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I have Boltcaster.
All right. So
what is attack bonus, by the way?
Your attack bonus is for your Boltcaster is dexterity, so it's just like a ranged weapon. Is it blank on there?
No, it says 3.
Oh yeah, it should be. I don't know why it's 3. I'll look into. Oh no, I'm sorry. I'm looking at the wrong one. Is your dexterity modifier 3? Is that why?
Yes.
All right, that's probably why then.
Lucky.
So you rolled a 7 plus 3. It doesn't matter actually. That misses regardless. So you raise your Boltcaster as well. You start kind of firing. It's not dimly lit, and you have really good sight regardless. But I'm assuming you're attacking this closest one. Also just sort of grazes by the sentinel, or the sentry, not sentinel.
And after firing, I'm going to head back into the turbo lift.
All right, so you're heading back to the turbo lift after engaging. The sentinel is going to make an opportunity attack, and misses. Also shoots back at you. Very basic shots to sort of like bounce off the lift.
Little pew pew shots.
Little pew pew shots. And then it goes right back to the top, which is the other sentinels. This one comes first. It's going to move a bit. It's going to move here. So within about 20 feet of Thorn. And it's also going to fire. And Thorn's AC.
Well,
it's hard to flip through all this stuff when I keep not thinking about it ahead of a time. It's 12.
AC's 12, yeah.
Okay. So it also gives you the pew 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 pew. It's overall laser. Oh wow. Okay. It's a doozy. These little pew 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 pews are actually a little bit worse than that. So you get a as it's shooting at you, you're sort of like doing your best to kind of like keep your head down and dodge, and it does. It hits you square in the chest. Bam.
Nice.
You take 10 damage.
No. That's no good.
Bringing you to 6.
To 10.
To
6?
10.
No, we repaired earlier.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. So So you were back to 20?
Yeah.
Is that what it was?
Yeah. So it puts me at 10.
No, not. I said sorry, not Siri. Anyway, so you're down to 10. All right.
Yikes.
Oh, Siri activated in the background.
Yeah. So from there, the next one kind of comes down, and this one is Oh, am I looking at the right one? Yeah, I am. Oh, I'm sorry. You know what? I my mistake. I did that wrong. Apologies to you, Thorn. It's not that bad. It's not that bad.
Good. I was gonna say this.
I mean,
this guy could one hit us.
I mean, I guess potentially it might be that bad, depending on how this goes from here. It's 5. You took 5 damage. I was looking at the wrong panel.
I'm at 15 then. So I would recommend everybody shoot and move back to the turbo lift. Take a shot, run to the turbo lift, and I'll be the last one to go on the turbo lift.
Oh, no, he'll go smaller. Shoot.
Okay.
So this one has moved closer to you. This one is engaging a stun pulse, which emits a burst of stun energy in a 15-foot cone. Anyone in its cone needs to do a Constitution saving throw. Otherwise, they're stunned to the next turn. I just so happen to have a 15-foot cone over here. Actually, I'm not sure if it's 15 foot. We'll resize if we need to, but yeah, totally need to resize, I think. These are 5.
Yeah, that looks like 5, 10,
gigantic
15,
cone. Oh, actually. So, from it, so cone here.
It's like mainly Hollywood.
1, 2, 3. Yeah, it's basically just Hollywood.
Okay. Now, where is hold on. What did you say? It wasn't dexterity. What did you say it was?
Constitution saving throw.
Okay. Constitution at. Oh, okay.
So Hollywood Constitution saving throw. You are +0. You're okay, Thorn. You're out of harm's way for the moment.
Are these biomechanical?
These are straight up mechanical.
Okay. What side of die am I throwing for that one?
You are throwing a D20. What's my DC?
I got a 3.
Okay. So you are stunned, my friend. Which is just incapacitated. You can't move. You can speak, but kind of sort of faltering. And then any attack rolls against you have advantage. And then on your next turn, you can once again do another Constitution saving throw to see if you can break free of it.
Can Goldie grab him and like start getting him out of the way?
I'm trying to get this cone out of the way. Yeah.
Not the whole page.
All right, we'll just leave the cone there for now. It's okay. It's okay. Next up is Goldie. No, I'm sorry. Next up is...
Has Goldie done a turn yet?
No.
Actually, no, Goldie, you haven't done a turn. What did you roll?
18.
For initiative? Oh, you're way up top. My bad, dude.
Yeah, he was first guy.
Oh, you know, I had you, but I scrolled. I had you scrolled off my screen. So you owe a turn. I'm sorry. My mistake. Luckily, no one's attacked you, so.
Okay.
You get 2 turns.
Dun, dun, dun.
Oh no, because it reset. You guys weren't in that first round, so it started at the top of the round. So I just missed him the once, unfortunately.
That's fine. I'll move over towards the lift. And then I will try and stealth.
Hold on, I gotta get my page right here. Why can't I grab you? NPC players. Oh, you're on the wrong thing. That's why. Shoot. All right, so you're gonna move back to the lift.
Yes, and then I'll try and stealth.
And you'll try and stealth. Let me ditch that. See if I can do it now. Ah, there we go. Okay. Let's get you back in the layer you're supposed to be on. Okay, so you're gonna move back to the lift. So trying to kind of get out of the way, you back away, nobody can see you, and you try to blend into the shadows. And so you would roll stealth here, right? You would roll to see if you were actually being stealthful. Stealthy, not stealthful. That makes no sense. All right, so do a stealth check for me.
That's a 14.
Okay. Okay. Good to go. So that was your makeup. That was your makeup roll. So you actually get another one in like three moves, but you currently being good and stealthy. From here though, it's this dude's turn. Let me get my grid back. He's gonna move closer. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He's on line there. That was his move. Put this back in presentation. Okay. Dang it. All right, he's going to take a shot at the closest bet here is going to be Hollywood. Oh, okay. Well, that's a nat fail. So another sentry kind of moves closer to you, shoots up for you, and even in your stunned state, they just sort of like graze by you without any consequence. Brings us back to Baltazar.
Suppressing fire.
You there, Belt?
Do you have a weapon belt? Did you go to sleep on his belt?
Out after that dash.
He was like, I just thought that I was safe.
He fell over in the back of the turbo lift.
Baltazar.
Belt.
Sending him a message.
He either went AFK or he's went sleepy.
All right. We'll come back to Belt. Syraxis. Mental note, remind me to loop those damn tracks.
Okay.
I guess. Well, for just out of curiosity, does hitting my my jetpack, is that a movement or is that an action?
Gosh, I don't know. I think we said that it was going to just be a movement earlier in the game as we were discussing the mechanics of the jetpack, because everyone kind of has one. So hitting your jetpack would be a movement within 30 feet upwards.
Okay. And if you have height advantage, if you're higher than your opponent or whatever, you get advantage on your damage throw, right?
Yeah.
Or is that
technically?
I remember Alice saying something about high ground advantage.
Yeah.
Okay. So for my
here's
movement,
the thing is that
I'm just going to kind of boost up in the air.
So you can't hover with your wait, is Belt sharing a screen? No, maybe I pushed something on it. I thought it said it was sharing a screen. So you can move up, but the minute you stop your movement, you're not gonna be suspended 30 feet up. If that makes sense.
Yeah, I'm not hovering. I'm just like popping up from behind cover, essentially, sort of idea here, inspiring and immediately and just dropping down. I'm not wanting to stay up there.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, I got you.
Okay.
All right. So you're getting
boost
higher,
up
straight up. So you're going to be closer to the screen.
Right.
So that's why you're getting gigantic. All right. So you're up.
And 1d22 hit plus dexterity 7. I rolled a 10.
You rolled a 10 for
yes.
No anything on that.
Well, no, 7 plus 3, so
yeah. Oh, okay, gotcha. So you shoot up in the air, your jetpack blazing. You pull out your bolt caster, and at the peak, you target the closest sentry and does light up a blaze of bolt caster rounds, all of which completely and absolutely miss every sentinel nearby. Some of them are like barely grazing Hollywood, who's still in a stunned state, just sitting there waiting for someone to help him. And you miss everybody, including Hollywood, thankfully. And then you jetpack back down to the ground. Also at the turbo lift, which is
so we get a movement and a action, not two actions. If we don't,
unless you as an outlaw, if you have two-handed weapons, like I think you all have Viking daggers, you can attack with your action and a bonus action. Your bonus action doesn't get your modifier, your strength modifier, but
yeah. All right. Well, I've got dual. Viking dual. That's my secondary weapon, in fact. So
it's going to take an action to switch weapons, though.
Okay. Not with them this close. Is it my go?
It is back to Goldie, actually. Goldie, who is currently stealthed. Stealthy? Stealth.
Can I hold my action?
Yeah, you can hold your action for.
Okay,
for a time in which
I'll hold my action, and if any of the robots come closer than, I don't know, similar area to where the cone ends presently, I'll go ahead and shoot it.
Okay.
Do you want to try to roll now, or do you want me to roll when it happens?
Why don't you roll now?
Okay. Rolling well tonight. That's a number 15.
Okay. You wanna roll your damage when it happens?
It's up to you.
Yeah, that'll be fun.
Okay.
All right.
So that's
so
1d8.
Now we got to get Hollywood to the turbo lift or get him woke up somehow.
That'll be a damage of 5. It goes through.
Okay. So next up is one of these two. This guy just moved, right? This dude's turn. This guy's gonna move. Hold on. All right. So he's gonna move a little bit closer. And then he's gonna take this. He's gonna do it again to me. Long press to unlock. Oh, I can do that? Okay. Nope. Everything is on the wrong layer. So he is going to also try to stun you. Where's the thing where I turned it?
Stun me.
Oh, come on.
Belt?
Belt?
Yeah.
Did you fall asleep on
He's
us?
back.
I'm trying not to fall asleep.
We lost you on your turn, so we went by you. So
I've been awake for about 24 hours now.
Oh, God.
oh, that's not healthy. Hey, listen. You owe an action. You owe a turn, and well, actually, we're in the middle of a turn, aren't we? That probably can't. Of course, whatever your turn is would we'll finish this turn and then we'll come back to you. Yeah, this one's already started, so that's why I'm like meh.
So I'm getting possibly stunned.
Yeah, hold on, let me check.
What I need to roll.
All right, so your
AC is 12.
Your AC is 12. All right, so it angles towards you, and tries to light you up. Shoots out its stun, but you manage to sort of like weave to the left. It doesn't actually hit you, so you're all set. You're good to go.
She switched. Nice. Okay. It's my roll now.
No, we're gonna go back to Belt because Belt missed his chance. Belt, you're sitting safely at the turbo lift, but Hollywood is stunned, and Thorn is just sort of still hanging out, waiting to get the heck out of there. But it's your go. Thorn, we actually have one more sentry than you. We're just going back to Belt.
Yeah, that's fine.
Can I somehow how to say it? I forgot the English word for it. Like pick up but not pick up.
Hollywood.
Something like push. Like take either Hollywood or Thorn and get them to the lift.
Well, you have 30 feet of movement, so it's going to take you. Let's say that the lift is actually you're right where Syraxis is. You would need 1, 2,
that'd be
3, 4, 5. That's 20. Then you'd have to do assuming you're going for Hollywood, you'd have to do a strength acrobatics. Is that what it is? Athletics. That's what it is. Check to see if you could pick them up, and then you can only move about 10 back.
That'd be fine. That would be up front.
Acrobatics,
Athletics.
athletics. Where is it?
It's under strength.
You're +1.
Oh yeah. 20.
Nice.
All right. So you're gonna move. You're gonna pick up, and you're both gonna move back 10. All right. You're about 10 feet away from the lift. This guy's down here. I don't know why he's still way the hell back there if I skipped him or something, but so we have these drones here. This drone's going to make an attempt to get to where you were. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So he's right next to you. He crosses the threshold for Goldie's hit, and Goldie, you said it was 5?
That's right.
So yeah, that hits with 5. Bringing him to...
Should also be a crit because I'm in stealth.
It should be a crit because you're in stealth. Oh yeah, you your stealth is what? What's your?
It's 14. I rolled.
Well, your stealth hit is. Did you
So,
roll
yeah,
the
Yep.
Hold up, it's over in your features. Or not your features. Where the hell is it? How come it's not in your features? Oh, I'm thinking. I'm thinking you're an outlaw for some god awful reason.
No.
You're hidden. You're okay. That's why. Yeah. So 14 was. So what's your overall damage?
Should be a 10 if it works, same as D&D.
Yeah. Okay. Is it 10 on top of the?
No, in total.
Okay. So it takes it down to here. Okay. Cool. And that stops the reaction, doesn't it? Your reaction stops.
And I will no longer break.
Say again.
No, you should still be able to. If it's still going, it should be able to carry on with doing what it was doing, and I'm also out of stealth. All right, so it moved to Balthazar going after. Hold up, let me refresh this page because it's giving me the wrong hit points. This guy's chasing after Balthazar, who's trying to save his buddy. Jeez. He shoots a couple of rounds off, even though he's right next to him. Also, skip off the ground. You're able to avoid. Which takes us back to Thorn.
All right, so features. What is cunning action?
Scroll. Just hold your cursor over it. It'll tell you.
Is it? Ah.
Cunning action is. You can take the dash, disengage, or hide action as a bonus action on each of your turns.
The bonus action. Okay.
You also are.
So that means I can attack, move, and cunning action, or is it just attack and cunning?
So you can do anything else. You can do any action. As a bonus action, you can dash, which is move 60. Disengage, which is, you know, if you're engaged with an enemy, you can break away from that without getting a reaction from them, or go into stealth, hide, as a bonus action. So you can do everything and then do this as well.
All right, so the one that's shooting the cone at me, I'm gonna go ahead and attack it.
Okay.
With my bolt caster.
All right, so roll that attack.
That's a D20.
Yep, plus your dexterity.
Which I have no dexterity.
You have nothing. Yep.
18.
Okay.
And then the hit is what? So weapon, that is a D6. So 1D6 per.
It's
level.
you should be doing 3D8 because you're not
3D8.
Yep.
16.
And this one closest to you is.
That's the one I hit earlier.
Yep. Okay. How do you want to take him out?
What's that?
I said, how do you want to take him out?
How do I want to take him out? Just blast him with my bolt caster.
You raise your bolt caster with the truest of aim so far, and you launch a barrage of bolt caster hits. They are direct against the body of the sentry, blasting into the eye, and the entire thing just blasts into several pieces. They're taking off the board.
All right, so now I can do my cunning action, or do I get to do an action?
You can move.
That attack. Do I do an action and then cunning action?
Your cunning action is you don't need to disengage because you destroyed it. But you can move to the turbo lift. It's within your move.
Can I sneak attack the one that's right by Hollywood?
You need to be stealth to sneak attack.
Okay.
And you do have one of them currently looking at you, so you'd roll with disadvantage.
Roll with disadvantage. Okay, so all right, I'll tell you what I want to do then. I want to cunning action dash into Hollywood and Belt and see if we can do a tackle into the into the lift.
All right,
so the turbo lift.
All right, so you're gonna dash into them and try to knock them both into the lift.
Yeah, we're getting out of here.
Okay.
What do I need to roll for that madness?
Let's do. Well, you're definitely gonna need to do a strength or athletics, and I mean
that's a +2. That's a D20 +2.
D20 +2, and then you wouldn't. I mean, you would have your distance, but it's not that far. It's only 10, so I don't think you'd need to really do anything else.
That's it.
Because let's see, you were here, you moved, you moved 10, do 20 left. So yeah, you should be good if you succeed. Otherwise, you're all going to be prone, unfortunately.
Well, I got a 3, so somehow I tied myself up with my cape, I guess.
Okay, so
it didn't roll well. Basically, I got a crit 1 with the dice roll, and my 2 modifier brought it up to a 3.
Okay, so you run with the best of intentions and sprint towards your group, and you try to heave them into the lift. Unfortunately, maybe the height difference between the two bodies, you just collide and you all fall prone into the same pile.
Nice.
So prone, your only movement at this point is to crawl, unless you stand up and thereby end the condition. Creature has disadvantage on attack rolls, and attack rolls against you have advantage if the attacker is within 5 feet of the creature. Otherwise, the attack roll has
Which
disadvantage.
we have one.
Yep. Luckily, it's Hollywood's turn, and you can roll Constitution to try to get out of his stunned state.
Come on,
He's
Hollywood.
stunned and knocked over.
Yeah.
Yep, he's stunned and knocked over.
It's gonna come out of this like, what the?
All right, let's see. So yeah, Constitution have no modifier. Am I doing D20 for that?
Yes.
I got a 9.
Okay, well, you did not.
He's still stunned.
He's still stunned, unfortunately. But fortunately,
I kind of need you guys to take out the one that's closest to us if you get a chance.
it's not his
Take
turn
our long
yet,
rest
though.
right there.
So he's gonna do his move. 1, 2. Wait, who's here? 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. And he's gonna set his eyes on. He's not within 5 though, right? So he attacks with disadvantage. Is that how I'm reading this?
Is he going after the pile?
He's going after. Yeah, you're
Yeah,
on
I
top of
think
the
so.
pile, so he's going after you.
Nice.
So prone outside of 5 feet, disadvantage on the attack. Cool. Okay. So. Oh. And what's your AC? 12.
Mine is 12.
All right. I rolled a 12, and my next roll was an 11. So he shoots at the pile. Misses the pile somehow. Lots of missing rounds this game. And you all are fine. You all are okay.
Yay!
My next guy, though, this dude, also going to do the same thing. Going to come within range. I don't want to get too close to you, though. But you are also out of the 5 feet range. He rolls a 10. And also, boop, 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 misses you.
Awesome.
Which brings it to Beltazar. You still awake, Belt?
Can I push or throw one drone to another?
You
that
are
would
not
be
close
cool.
enough. You are also prone. The only real movement action you can take is crawling at half your speed, which is enough to get you into the turbo lift.
Can I crawl with any of the guys?
If
I'm
you're trying to
I'm
pull
gonna do something
one of them,
incredibly stupid.
Yeah.
Go for Hollywood. I mean, I'm on top, but I mean,
you'd have to do an athletics check, and then you would have your movement speed halved again. So you would go from 15 to 7.5, which honestly is probably enough, because if this is the tip of this is the turbo lift, you'd be right there.
11.
If you're successful.
I rolled 11.
You rolled 11?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So you crawl. Oh, well, let's get thrown out of the way. You crawl while pulling Hollywood back to just the very end of the turbo lift. Taking it to Syraxis, who's completely covered by you two. Syraxis's move.
Okay, so I don't want to try to do that same thing again. I don't want to put myself in a position outside of the turbo lift.
No, just try to shoot him.
All right, so you're gonna launch yourself
jump in the air,
back up and with advantage.
Yeah, doing that again.
Which one of them are you going to attack?
The top one's got -5 to it already. I don't think the other two's been hit yet.
Let me go for that top one, just in case. Ooh, nice. All right.
So attacking with advantage.
I rolled.
Jump up.
Yeah. I rolled 18 plus 3, so 21.
Nice.
And as far as, let's see, says 1d6 for damage. What would that be with advantage? Just roll 2.
Well, you're so, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, because as far as I understand it, your advantage is the hit, so it's against the AC, it's not against the damage. So your damage would be the same, but your only advantage from the high ground is for the hit. Okay. If anyone else doesn't feel that's right, let me know, because again, I don't know what the hell I'm doing.
That's how it works in D&D.
Okay.
1d6, I rolled 3.
All right, so you're aiming for the top one. You hit with 3, which brings it down to that. And you also safely come to the ground, letting off your bolt caster rounds. It hits it. It sort of like clutches a bit, and then it turns its gaze to you, in the turbo lift. Sort of like it was sort of focused on what was going on in the pile on the ground. Currently, it's starting to understand what's happening. Taking us back to Goldie.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Real quick. I'm prone.
You are prone. Yep.
So, if I activate my jetpack, shouldn't I just go flying into the turbo lift, sliding across the floor at this point, instead of going up in the air?
Excellent.
That's true. Although you're not freedom of movement because of you're not going in the air. You'd be scraping against the ground. It's still going to slow your movement to half.
That's fine. I'm okay. I know what I'm doing my turn.
You could also just crawl, which was also half movement, which would get you to the turbo lift. Either way.
But it looks more spectacular if I do it. Kicking on the jetpack and flying across the floor.
All right, Goldie, your turn.
Sorry.
Now, Goldie, we never talked about it because you came in late, but you should have a gadget as well of your choosing.
Mm-hmm. If you got an EMP gadget, that would be amazing right now.
Yeah, screw it. Let's throw a gadget in there that double check what it says.
Apology, guys. I'm crashing.
Yeah, I think when we get done with the altercation here, I'm going to have to dip.
Yeah, me too.
It's getting late.
Yeah, I'm starting to fade away.
Well, the guy just says something about emitting a shock that can try and deactivate electronics, so I'll try that one.
All right, these are electronics. Are you aiming at any particular one? Does it say anything about?
there splash damage?
All right, so this is going to be a touch situation, or sort of a throw, like whichever one you throw it at. If you hit it,
I'll throw it at the one that's nearest to Thorn.
Nearest, that's a tough one.
The guy we've been pelting already.
The one directly, like right in front of
Probably
him.
that.
1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
So about 50. All right. It's within 30, but you just have to throw. Gosh, how does this work for throws? Because is it against his AC? Do you still have to throw it like you were who did we lose?
We lost Hollywood.
Do you still need to attack against his AC to throw a gadget, throw an object like this?
I'm not sure, to throw like a rock or something. It'll be like just the strength throw to see if it gets there. I'm not sure how it would work.
I'm fine with that. Roll a d20 plus like a athletics, just to see if it hits it, if it gets to it, and if it does. So you're not really damaging it, so I guess that makes sense.
Yeah, it's just a touch.
And we got a 13.
All right. I mean, I think the AC was 12 anyway, or something like that. All right. So you take your gadget, you throw it over at the furthest guy over here, and it's a hit. You hit him with your gadget, and he is disabled. Bloop.
Nice.
Not completely incapacitated, disabled, but he's definitely down for at least a round, or at least his next turn. Which is next, actually.
Now dash it.
I'll also move closer to the turbo lift in case we're leaving.
Yeah.
All right, you are on the turbo lift, my friend. So we got one guy to deal with. It was his turn.
Yeah.
Oh no, this guy's gone. It's this guy's here. Right? Yeah, so this guy's the one who's moving closer. It's his turn. So he's going to be within 5 of you. So he's going to try his stun pulse again, just to mess with you. We don't need the cone. We know you're close enough, right?
Yeah. Cone gave problems.
I'm rolling against you guys like your doors. So he fires his stun. Maybe it's because of how low you are to the ground. It misses it completely. Doesn't work. Totally misses the stun. Pushing it to your turn.
All right. Well, they're lined up. So if I shoot, is it going to go through both? If I get a good roll?
Not really how that works. You don't really.
Okay.
You just have. Right? Like, you just have your bolt caster. You don't really get the chance. You don't roll strength, so it's really just dexterity for you aiming, right?
And I don't have any dexterity bonuses, so it's just 1d20 for hit. 20. Nice.
Okay. So you hit him. So roll for damage. It's this guy, right? This guy up here.
Yeah. Now, what did we just say? 3d8?
Yeah, but it's a critical hit. So what's a critical hit do again?
Doubles the damage.
Doubles the damage. Okay.
It does what?
Doubles your damage. So do 3d8 and then double it.
That would be 28.
Dang. All right.
So I got
a lot of damage points.
Yeah, it's a lot of damage. So you raise your bolt caster once again. He's really close. You just fire barrage. Well, you're prone, but it doesn't matter because you got a all right, never mind. Fire barrage, and when the smoke clears, you see nothing but bits and pieces kind of falling to the ground.
Nice.
And now you have
and I jetpack into the turbo lift because it's cinematic.
Because it's cinematic. So your speed is halved. It is 5 and 10. So you're all in the turbo lift with
somebody hit the button to close the door.
Unfortunately, it's Hollywood's turn next, and I think he's gone.
Oh no. Yeah, he's still what do they call it?
Still
Shot, stunned,
yeah.
whatever. Yeah.
Well, hey, I will.
So whoever gets the next turn, close the doors.
I think it's enough to say that you hit the button for the door, right?
Okay, that'll work.
Actually, it's belt. It's
flying through just hits the button.
Beep.
Me?
It's a flourish, not an action, right?
It's a cunning action.
It's a cunning action.
It was part of the cinematic movement, flying in, slapping the button at the same time. I aimed for the button when I flew in.
So you hit the button on the turbo lift, and you're kind of disengaging, but I suppose it doesn't matter because you're leaving the actual space itself, right? If that makes a lot of sense. So you find yourself.
We're doing the gone.
We're doing the you can't hit what you can't see.
That's right. Bye bye.
Give it a parting shot, Alice.
Where the heck's my?
Oh yeah, I'm sure they give a couple little pew pews on the way.
So as you go in, like we said, you end up hitting the button. You close the doors. Big old happy. Gosh, where's my damn pictures? And that's it. The doors close behind you. The turbo lift seems to be a safe place, but you haven't chosen where you're going next. You hit the button to close the door. Now you find yourself as a team slightly scathed, shaking off the battle, trying to figure out what's next.
We just go ahead and camp in the turbo lift.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Because I gotta go.
I think
that's where I'm at. We'll pick up in the turbo lift next time. But I'm thinking we're going to go back up because the main control area was right by where we found the GEC doctor. So that's probably where we'll go back to.
We can do that next time.
Yeah.
Yeah, and just as a reminder, Alice is still asleep in the Sentinel ship that you flew in on. So.
Right.
All right, so you guys, you're gonna do your long rest in the safety of the turbo lift, which is a great call.
Right.
Hey, thanks for playing that round. I'm not sure how the music in the Discord thing is going, unfortunately. I'll tweak it this week. See how we go.
I like it.
So next week, I don't know if you guys want to. I don't know. I keep thinking that we're going to end it, and then it ends up not ending. We could do it next Friday. I'll talk to Alice about when her adventure is going to be ready as well. But hey, this was fun. We actually got some combat. No, you got through all the doors that you tried to open, which is fantastic. You found a melted GEC. You put it in a sack. That sack is in a containment unit. You flew to the ship. Belt single-handedly turned on the power of the ship without any issues, except for the sentinels or the sentries coming out and just nearly destroying everybody. But well done. You got most of them. Thank you to each of you for hanging out. Thanks to Belt. Thanks to JC. Thanks to Thorn. Goldie, thanks for coming in. Thanks to Alice, who's hopefully sleeping soundly. And thanks to Hollywood, who's also hopefully sleeping soundly.
Yes.
Stay tuned for the next episode of Away Team, in which hopefully we finally find the data and get off this rock. I feel like if we had more people, this would have been a shorter encounter, right?
Yeah, it was fun though. I enjoyed it.
Yeah.
It was fun, but a big thing is like the level disparity between some, because some of us are like level 1, and then you have people like I'm over here doing like 3 damage while Thorn's doing 20.
Yeah, that was a pretty big hit. Also, it's hard to adjust. I did adjust the numbers on the sentries as we went, because when I set it up, there was like more people of different of varied levels as well, and power sets and whatnot. You all are kind of the same power set right now, so and such low levels, you don't have a lot of the class features either. But you got it. You went through. Nobody died, thankfully. Yeah, so stay tuned for Friday. Community night, we'll do more away team, and hopefully we'll get through this adventure. Anyone have anything to promote?
Awesome.
Sounds good.
All right, fantastic. Thanks for hanging out with us, and as
I
always,
promote the Get Federation.
Baltazar is promoting the GEC, even though we're currently liquefying them and putting them in sacks, but not because we want to, because we have to. Support your local
Easy
GEC.
transportation.
Man, I really wanted to put that that inventory item in your inventory. Anyway,
If we put it in a spray bottle, can we just GEC everywhere?
I mean, it depends.
Somebody's bad, you just spray them with GEC.
It's hard to say because it's gelatinous, right? It's like a gelatinous GEC. It's not one that you can really mist so much.
Yeah, it's not a liquid.
Yeah.
It more had to be like food fight rules, like the old spoon of Jello across the room.
Oh, am I gonna do this right? There we go. I think that's right. Okay, cool.
That's actually a good idea. We could just put them in a Jello mold of a GEC, and there we go. We have a GEC again.
There you go.
Keep them frozen. Put the uniform back on. Put the lanyard back. No one will ever know. I didn't say this because we were involved in other conversations, but Raging Furball said, "Oh no, we got to figure out a way to make people think it wasn't our fault." Actually, he also
we can
said,
point at the arrested game.
"You actually lost more players than characters in the course of the session. It's got to be insanely
That's
rare."
true.
In the middle.
No characters lost, but we're down 3 players.
Down 3 players. It's fine. It's late at night. That's why I was like, should we adjust it? But with kids, it's hard. Same thing here. It ended up being kind of a bear. But thank you for hanging out. Appreciate each and every one of you. And as always, dear Riftwalkers, we'll see you tonight. Take care. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Vanguard, leave her, syndicate, leave her, for the moment is dire, and the time runs low, it's the only way, leave her. Leave the drift. Oceans renewing tide shift. The frontier forged on the cosmic scale. So take a seat, Rift Walkers, let me tell you a tale.